1.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to Twitch TV/Roll4It, where you watch
Happy
some
New
of your
Year.
favorite. Oh my God, it is a new year. This is our first show of the year. I hadn't even really thought about it till just now, but it's our
so
first
no
show of
pressure.
the year.
You've got to set up the tone for the rest of the year.
You know what it means,
Yeah.
though? It means that we haven't done a show since last year. Holy shit!
It's been ages.
Forever.
We haven't done a show all year. It's amazing.
That is such a dad joke
Yeah.
that only Dax can legitimately make that joke, Shen.
I mean, we're kind of batting 100 right now, though, because we've technically there was no show on Sunday. Never mind. Sunday counts as the first. 'Cause I was going to say we have done a show on 100%. We have missed 0 shows this year so far.
we have
but no,
50%
we missed,
uptime.
50%.
We missed. Oh man, this is bad.
That's the
Why did you
precedent
bring
we
this up,
set.
Splat? You fool! Oh, man.
We're
Well,
gonna
hello,
have-
everyone. I hope your 2017 has been going well so far.
I mean, there's only been 4 days. How badly could it go in 4 days?
Don't say that.
Whatever.
2016 did set the bar.
Dude.
There was a video of a kid pulling, like a 2-year-old kid, pulling his brother out from under a dresser, right? And then the next day, there was a video of that same kid. Before he pulled his brother out from under the dresser, he hopped up on the dresser while the kid was trapped under it. Like, what the hell are you doing?
Yeah, that's what brothers do. You got to make this. That's what brothers are for, right there. Like, oh, it's unfortunate this heavy thing is on top of you. Let me jump on it a few times. Now I'll free you. You got to establish dominance. That's how siblings work. I would have done the
sad
same
thing
thing
is
if
that
it was
is
my sister
pretty
under
much
a dresser.
exactly how
So
it
right,
works,
what Dax does is Dax
100%.
jumps on top of the dresser and takes a shit on it.
No.
Well, see, that's just
No.
too far. That's the
Yeah,
escalation has gone too far.
Yeah.
at
Fucking
that point.
barbarian, EE.
Yeah, now you're in
Barbarian.
grounding
Son.
territory.
That's my next character. There we go.
There's pushing
Barbarian.
people, and then there's
Yeah.
Yeah.
disrespectful.
There's a little bit of brotherly maiming, and then there's shitting on your brother. This is wrong, man.
Just on the dresser.
Wrong.
Just on the dresser.
Close enough. It's disgusting.
It's brutal.
Savages.
You gotta you gotta do.
Savages.
Well then, we have a cliffhanger to resolve. We had actually stopped off last time with Redfern about to perceivably be shivved. The party is sticks to the wind at the moment. I don't even remember where everybody was at. All I remember is that Dax is basically by himself watching the horror unfold inside of the jar. And he's just like, but there was nobody around for him to tell, so I assume he's standing
There was
out in front of the
Mary
temple just
Shelby
like-
was there because I was passing it back and forth. So she
Yeah.
was there.
See, I'm wondering if this is like some premonition thing. Like, it hasn't happened yet. Like, or maybe the person who looks into this jar is going to be the person who stabs Redfern.
It
gotta
could
do what
be
you gotta do.
anything. You don't know. It could go in any direction. I think I'm undecided right now. I think this is going to be a very like open, flowy jar that has many, many different resolutions depending on what I think is the most interesting. I don't know. But as you're staring into the jar, Dax, you see all that unfold. We talked about that in the pre-show. So for anybody that wasn't here last time, as Dax is looking into the jar, he sees someone step out from behind a curtain with a knife and move towards the form of Redfern, who is sitting at a desk, appearing to write or do something. However, I'm going to assume that you're still looking at the jar, so you're still looking at the jar. The face turns and looks to the perspective of where the jar is broadcasting from. I don't know what you would call it in magic. I'm not sure what the right verb would be right there. And before he does anything, he walks over. And you see
Okay.
him
In
take
which
his
case,
hand.
are we in like game time like right now?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
You're just
Oh,
watching
sorry. I didn't know if we were
something
going to
happen.
mention Patreon. If you were just like going through the recap.
Oh yeah, we're going straight into the
Okay,
show. Forget Patreon. It doesn't matter. It's time to
Stop
play
shilling
the
for
game.
tips. Put your cap under
Don't
your
tell them
bum.
that. Don't
Play
tell
the
them it
game.
doesn't matter. It's super important. Okay, cool. As soon as I see this, I go like look at Mary and I go, someone's trying to kill Redfern. There's an assassin and he's got a knife and he's looking at me. Can you teleport? Huh? Can you talk to the others? Quick, where does he live?
Do you want to look at the jar again?
Yeah, I'm like constantly glancing between Mary Shelby and the jar right now.
You see a hand slide across the perspective, and all of a sudden the feed is gone. Like,
Okay,
it's-
jar doesn't work. He found the jar. What?
Shelby looks at you. She's like, "Wait, what?" And she grabs for the jar and takes a look at it.
No time. No
I-
time. Where does Redfern live? Can you tell the others? Can you teleport me? Can you teleport me? Please tell him to teleport me.
Teleporting is not possible right now, but the north side of town, the north side he lives. There's a large house on the north side of town with the nicer homes. I'm sure you've been there. She looks
start
at you.
minor illusioning different houses that I've seen along the north side of town until she says one of them's right.
Sure. By the third or fourth one, she's like, that one right there.
Okay,
And
can you tell my
recognize the
friends to
house.
meet me there?
She stands up from the desk and looking worried says, yes, I'll tell them to meet you at the
Bam, I'm gone.
at the house.
As soon as she
Okay,
says
so
she
you
says
are
yes, it's
off and out
possible.
the front door of the temple. The rest of you, I don't even know what you're all doing right now because it's been weeks and weeks and weeks. So I'm going to need a rough synopsis from everybody. So Nsan, where are you at right now? What are you doing?
I'm heading back to the tavern, where I expect to find a Davi eating.
Adavi, you were in the tavern eating?
Oh, yes.
Okay, and then Mormond,
I
where
know
were
my
you
friends
at?
very well.
I would have been there too. If it's
Okay.
still the evening that it was before, then yeah.
So we've got everybody at the tavern. We're going to go to Dax for right now. Dax, what do you want to do as you burst out of the front of the temple and into the street?
Oh dear God, let me see. What do I have? I have nothing that makes me go faster. Are there any birds around?
Yeah, there's seabirds around. I mean, you're along the coast, so I would say there's seagulls probably. They tend to infest everything.
Okay. No, I don't have time for that. No, I'm not gonna. I'm gonna.
Are you gonna ride a seagull? I imagine he's like King Triton, the Little Mermaid. It's like a chariot of seagulls.
The smallest creature I can
taking
really
off
ride
the coast.
is like a pterodactyl that flies, so I just need to find a pterodactyl. But until that happens, I'm just gonna leg it to that direction in town. I have no way of going any faster. If I see like a member of the guard go past, I'll shout as I go, and I'll be like, Redfern's under attack! Assassins, quick, follow!
Okay, as you're running up there, then make me a... Let's see. Just because this is kind of... I'm not sure if anybody would take it seriously just because it's like a small town or whatever. Give me a persuasion check. That'll just
Sure.
set the tone for while you're running through town.
Also, if I see anyone with a horse, I do want to do something.
Okay.
25!
Wow. Okay, not bad. As you're running along the way, you appear to make your case fairly well, or at least your face looks suitably panicked enough. One or two guards actually start trotting along behind you. And after a few minutes of moving your way across town and weaving your way through crowds, things that are away, and people, you arrive in front of the house. Out in front of the house, you see two guards who are having a conversation with two men that are wearing green robes with full cowls. They appear to be wearing gold masks over the front as well, and around the outside of the cowl, there's like rings, and from each ring is suspended kind of a glittering gold coin, which jingles slightly. They keep their hands folded inside of their robes. They don't appear animated or anything like that. It seems like they're just having a passive conversation.
Okay, can I do, firstly, an insight check and also to see if they've got any weapons on them, like a perception, is that?
Yeah, so give me a perception, then an insight.
9 perception. I'm panting.
Okay,
I'm
so
looking at the ground. It's like... my insight's 21, though.
Okay, so with the 9 perception, as you're approaching, you basically glean the information that I've given you already, although I'll give you an extra freebie right there. The guards that are in front of Redfern's house do not appear to be a member of the standardized city guard. They aren't wearing the same outfit. They appear to be much more casually dressed, I guess. They seem almost as if they were plucked from the townsfolk, and they're both wielding, clubs and like basic weaponry and stuff like that, but they don't appear to be affiliated with the guard in any way. As far as your insight check goes, they just look like they're having a normal conversation. Nobody's heated or amplified it. They could be talking about the weather. They could be talking about any of those mundane, banalities that people chat about when they're just standing around on a daily basis.
Okay, from my view of that study, were there any windows?
There was a window. That's what the curtains were standing over that he stepped out from in front of.
Okay.
It was kind of a larger rectangular window.
Was it sort of was it like a sliver of like outside town I saw through the window? Was it fully curtained?
It was actually, you would just barely catch the edge of the curtain because the perspective
Okay.
was coming from like the right-hand side, slightly behind a curtain almost. So the window would be kind of behind you.
Yeah.
Like you could tell
So,
from
okay.
the illumination that there was light coming in from
A
behind
big
your
rectangular
perspective.
window. That's got to be pretty rare in
Yes.
these sort of houses with glass being expensive. So are there any big rectangular windows that fit that description on the front?
Yes, there is. On the second floor, looking up, you actually
second
see a
floor.
large rectangular
Ooh.
window.
I have... Okay, I run up to the guards at the front, especially my guards in tow, and I want to look like they're properly with me. And I'm like, quick! Your master is under attack! We need to go in and save him! There is an assassin in his study, I think?
Okay. Give me one more persuasion check since this is a different grouping of NPCs, please.
Okay.
The guards behind you mutter something about they... Oh no! So the guards that are standing out front are currently having a conversation with the two cloaked and cowled gentlemen who are dressed very, very richly. They turn towards you, and hearing what you say, one of the big burly men with a red beard, there's no attack. How could there be? We're out front, and he's got men inside with him right now. Hold on. What's the minute? He actually looks over your shoulder at the guards who are with you.
That's fine. That's why I brought him.
What's going on? One of the guards shrugs and he says, Goblin says that Redfern was under attack. He looked panicked enough as he was tearing his way across town, so we figured we'd come along with him and just check. He looks back at you, and then back at them, and then at the two people who are in front of him. The two cowled men wearing the gold masks, they're completely obscured. You can't see their faces or their hands or anything. One of them, he takes his hands out of his cloak and shrugs, and turning to you, he says, well, we've got a meeting with Redfern in 5 minutes or so. We were just out here talking. We are representatives of the Coin Lord. He bows slightly. We oversee
bow slightly.
We oversee the collection of taxes and revenues and things of that nature to keep.
Put it this way. These guards will ascertain that I and my companions, who should be joining us shortly, work for Adborough, and we have been basically made sure that we are here to protect the town and serve and so on. And let's be quite honest, it would probably be a good thing to get out of the way and solve this issue, because if I'm wrong, no harm, no foul. If I'm right, we're all up shit creek without a paddle, and I don't swim well.
Sure. At that moment, the front door creaks open, and you see Redfern peek his head out. Go ahead and give me a perception check, actually.
Okay. $11. Can I do an insight check as well?
Since he hasn't said anything yet, by all means, you can go ahead and throw down on that if you'd like to.
No.
It started so well, Edie.
Yeah, I know.
I know. It started so well. From the perception check, he looks otherwise unscathed, although you've really only seen the back part of him during your time looking inside of the jar, and so you haven't seen him since he came aboard and was didn't come aboard till he came to the docks and was handing out bread and things of that nature. He peeks his head out and looking for apparently the Coin Lords. He locks eyes with them. He says, you're here, good. There are things to discuss. The guards turn around and look at him and then look at you with an eyebrow raised and shrug. Sir? Did anything happen inside? He turns to the bruiser or the bravo or the guard or whatever he is, and not that I know of. I came down, the Coin Lords are here. We've things to discuss. Why? The guard looks at me and says, this gentleman over here said you were under attack. He smiles slightly. Under attack? Who'd attack me? Not nearly important enough for that sort of thing. I've got to take a meeting with the Coin Lords, though it's been scheduled. Did you want to speak with me after I get done talking with them, or?
Possibly. My mistake.
He raises an eyebrow quizzically, as though he's not really sure. He very much seems like a man who has stuff to do, and he's kind of puzzled by what's going on. But he's not going to spend a whole lot of time entertaining it. By all means, if you wanted to come back and schedule an appointment, I can definitely speak with you. Or do you put up residence at the tavern or anything like that? We can...
Yes, if you could arrange a meeting and send a messenger over to the tavern to meet with James Bard, Law Extraordinaire, and his troop of fellow lawyers.
Yeah, sure. Give me a deceit check right there, real fast, just to see if he buys the alias. And then
18.
18's not bad. Okay, sounds good. From there, he nods curtly, and then he motions for the two gentlemen in the robes to step inside. They look at you, and you hear one of them say in kind of a muffled voice, "If you'll excuse us," from behind his mask. And they step inside, the gold coins that appear to be lining their cowls jingling off of their face masks as they enter the building.
The door, I would like to dart into a nearby alley or somewhere. Basically somewhere I'm alone, but I can see the seagulls.
Sure.
Okay, so as they depart, I'm like, sorry about that. I was obviously mistaken. Dart into a nearby alley, and then I would like to cast Speak with Animals.
Okay.
Oi! You up there! I shout to one of the seagulls nearby.
Okay. Let me go ahead and get the specifics of the spell very quickly. Random communicate, this is based on my intelligence. They gave me information. Ooh, I gotta know the intelligence score of a seagull. Good lord.
It's less than the requirement.
It's gotta be bad. It's gotta be so bad.
I imagine it'd be like 2 or something.
So you're sitting here shouting at the sky at seagulls right now.
My words are coming out. Are they coming out in seagull sound? I can't remember if it makes you audible. Surely I sound like a seagull, maybe.
It says you can verbally communicate with beasts for the duration and comprehend them. So I assume that it says you comprehend and communicate with them, that yes, it converts your speech over.
Can you come down here?
And so you're dancing around in the alley making seagull noises. And generally, actually, seagull culture, who knew? Their communication structure is actually fairly complicated. The syntax takes a little bit of
I know,
doing.
Normally you have to take like an entire postgraduate degree at the university back on the mainland.
Yeah. What a culture. What a linguistic set. Eventually, you manage to cajole one of the seagulls down out of the sky, and as it flaps downwards, you think at one point somebody walks past the alley and they're seeing you do a weird, strange chicken dance. They're like, and they just keep walking. They
rain
want
dance
no
is awfully dry this season.
The seagull flaps downwards in front of you after a couple minutes of
hello
attempting
there,
to persuade one.
Mr. Seagull, Mrs. Seagull, what is your name?
It just squawks back at you.
And I can understand it. So what does it say?
Seagulls don't have structured, organized names. They're just too dumb. In general, they spend all their time pecking and fighting with one another.
I shall call you Bob. Bob, would you like lots and lots of food of some kind? Would you like some fish? I'll get you fish.
Bob squonks back, and it's definitely a yes.
Excellent.
He's very enthusiastic about food. What you learn from this exchange is culturally, seagulls have a vibrant history of enjoying food.
You see that window over there? And I point over out the alley to the big square window to Redfern's study.
His head twitches nervously up towards the window, and it seems as though Bob is really struggling to keep his attention span on you right now. Like, this is a lot more effort than Bob puts into most things.
Understandable. If you could just go perch outside the window and then come back, let me know what's in the room roughly and what's going on. Particularly if there's a guy wearing some. Was the guy who came out from behind the drapes wearing dark assassin's garb? Was it or?
He was in what they look kind of like silk linens almost. You wouldn't be able to identify unless, well, I mean, I guess you can give me an intelligence check real fast, just to see if you can recall having seen anything like it. But it was in a deep blood red. See, you don't feel any of the terror that I feel like when I play Dark Heresy and I have to make an intelligence check.
That is
I'm just
16 because it hasn't added my bonus for what's called Jack of all trades. That's the one.
Okay, with a 16, you would recall that they appear to be robes that were from Turab. They are from down south somewhere. One of the cultures down in the south, maybe one of the nomadic tribes, but you can't place exactly.
Minor illusion. It's a little version of him, and I'm like, you see that guy up there? Let me know. And also, tell me what's going on in the room, and I'll make sure you get loads of fish.
He goes, wah, wah, which the rough translation comes through as food first.
I pull out some of the dried meat jerky that I have in my jacket, and I'm like, I've got on me, and if you do a good job, I'll make sure that you get some extra from fresh fish right from the port, and I chuck it to him.
He catches it and then slides it down his gullet real fast, and then he flies up and hovers in front of the window for a moment before finding a wooden peg that's hanging off of one of the overhangs and kind of sitting on it and peeking downwards through the corner of the window.
I'm going to wait until he's done. I'm gonna wait for my
okay.
friends to arrive as well. Like, just waiting for the information to percolate in. I can't really do much. I can't barge into a house, and I think he's probably being controlled or something. And if I try that, he's just gonna have me arrested or something. So.
Okay. We're gonna cut to the rest of the group now. We are back inside the tavern. The rest of you, what are you doing inside the tavern? Go ahead and give us a rough synopsis of what activity you're participating in.
I have 2 bowls of, what was it, onion soup? I think it was onion soup that we had. 2 bowls of onion soup, and I've got 3 pints of beer around me. 2 are empty, and one's like half empty.
Like the evening, right?
Yeah, it'd be in the evening at this point, afternoonish evening, going on towards dinner time.
I'm partaking in some ale.
Okay. And then Nsan, what are you up to?
I'm just sitting down at the table. I've got a flagon of half ale.
Okay. Hold on, what's a half ale? Is that just like a watered down ale?
It's basically water that has been fermented enough to kill anything bad in it, but it's not alcoholic for any real. It's like what you'd give to kids. It has no kick to it.
Okay. As you're all enjoying the various festivities that are available in the tavern, which seem to be mostly relegated to drinking, the door swings open and Mary Shelby walks in. Perception checks, please. From everybody inside the tavern.
No penalties for being drunk?
You said you only had 2 beers. What was your constitution modifier?
1.
Yeah, so you're probably good for right now. Any more, though...
doesn't need penalties to fail.
There's actually... I don't think there's any formalized alcoholism rules in D&D 5th edition. I had to look it up and find a homebrew for it. People were just like, oh yeah, I usually go like, constitution modifier +1, and if they have more drinks than that, then we'll start tacking on fatigue or something. And so it's like a play-it-by-ear system. Just be like, how many beers have you had? How big are you? We assume that Adavi, he's a big guy. So 2 beers are probably not going to wreck him up in any respect of the word based on body weight.
I don't know, man. At the New Year's party, the biggest guy there had 2 beers, and he was fucking gone. I mean, just gone. Oh, yeah.
No.
Falling all over the place, passed out on the floor. It was a mess.
Oh, he was that guy. And he's too big to move him, too. That's the problem, is once he goes down,
exactly.
You're just like, well, there's an obstruction in the room now.
He was the only person who stayed the night because we couldn't lift him up.
When we'd go drinking, the rugby team, and the props would get completely wasted. It was like, well, what do we do now? The props in the second row can't move. We're not going to move them.
What's worse is when you try to move them. Like we had when I was in the band, our drummer passed out in his front lawn one time, drunk, and we were trying to get him out of the front yard because technically it's drunk in public. And so we go out, we're trying to pick him up, and while we're trying to pick him up, he's like, no! And he just like starts taking swings at people because he doesn't want to move. Like he just doesn't want to get up. But they're like drunk guy swings, so you're like, come on, man. We're like trying to wrestle with him, trying to get him back inside.
It's surprisingly hard to move someone who's got like no like muscle tension to them. It's like moving a dead body. It's really difficult.
It's like trying to wrestle with an eel. They're just all over the place. You're just like, he poses no threat to anybody because he barely has the strength to pick himself up. But it's just like, I would really like you to get up and go inside right now so the police don't come. Please. You see Mary Shelby bust on into the room. Perception checks wise. Adavi, you are aware that Mary Shelby just came in. Mormond, you don't notice anything. You are so deep inside your cups and enjoying your meal that it's been a long-ass day. It's been a long couple days. Since you've arrived, nothing has really seemed to go so great. Nsan, being the human radar that he is, you see her come in and worry is written all over her face right now. You've never actually seen her leave the temple, and you get the feeling that this might be kind of a strange occurrence for her. She might be a bit of a recluse. This does not appear to be a thing that she does all too frequently. She appears to be scanning the room.
Immediately casting my... Oh, go ahead.
I raised my half-drunk beer towards Mary, and I let out a loud belch. And I indicate that she should come toward us.
Immediately scanning left and right to my companions, I notice Adavi already going to signal Mary. And then I look across to Mormond, who seems more interested in his food, and I tap him fairly hard on his upper arm. Mormond, looks like trouble's brewing.
She hurries over the table.
My tankard here, which is why I couldn't see anything. I'm like, whoa, what's going on? And
you see Mary Shelby moving towards you. She arrives at the table and putting both hands on the table, she seems worried, but it's the kind of worry that's like unverified, if you take my meaning. Like, It seems as though she's not exactly quite sure what she should be worried about. It seems like somebody broke some news to her and she hasn't had time to verify it, maybe. It's like, Dax took off towards Redfern's home. He said something about someone attacking him. I don't know. He tried to hand the jar to me, but when I looked at it, there was nothing there. But he was looking at the jar and he seemed to snap into a panic and flew off towards Redfern's house, saying something about someone attempting to attack him. I don't know.
Attack Redfern.
Yes, he said that I should come and find you, and then he just took off running towards the north side of town.
We should get there then.
Are you sure he didn't just want more bread? I think he likes bread.
Adavi, not everyone thinks with his stomach like you do, my friend. We'd best be after him.
He seemed sincere enough. I don't know.
I'm already standing up.
Okay.
I'm waving the what is it called? Not a waitress. What do you call a person in a tavern?
Tavern
wench. A
Wench.
No.
There you go. Tavern wench. I'm waving her over and making sure that she brings me my last
Stop
onion soup.
teaching Adavi bad manners, GM.
And
Can't
once I
take
have
him
my
anyway.
Once I have my soup, I'm going to follow Nsan out the door.
Are you holding your
Again,
soup while
there
you're walking
remains-
out?
I am eating it while I'm walking out, yes.
Okay.
I down what's left of the tankard, which conveniently isn't much.
Much
Okay.
the same as I
And
did. I
then hurry
finished
over
my
to the
tankard
door.
before I left.
Now, Mary
I'm-
Shelby falls in line behind you as you're leaving. Adavi, give me a dexterity check as you walk across town with your bowl of soup.
I knew
Would
that
it be a
wasn't gonna
saving
allowed
throw
to
for the
pass.
soup?
It's a
Come
big
on,
bowl.
soup starity.
Oh yeah!
Wow.
The 100 soup is
Charity.
dropped. Oh,
Like a
Nice.
master. You're going over bumps. You're like hopping over puddles and things like that while holding it. At one point, I'm pretty sure as you hop over a puddle, you throw it up into the air and rotate it and like catch it in the other hand, probably like, aha! And then taking a bite. You are on your game right now. There
Within
is
can
three,
imagine
that was 20.
acrobatics taking place.
With that roll as well, he's actually eating it rather refined. He's got the soup spoon. He's going away from himself. Not like.
Yeah, not a
Got his
chop
lingual
on
finger
you,
out
you
as
can
well.
still Hey, stop that.
Got a little finger out, yeah.
Sorry, my cat likes to claw the wall. He was thinking about it.
He's still thinking about that guitar.
The reason my guitar it needs to go to the repair shop is that cat. His favorite thing in the whole world is knocking it over, and then he will chew on the strings until he gets them out of the little slots. It's infuriating.
Oh,
It
he's
is
on the
going to
guitar.
happen. It
He's
is
on the
going to
guitar.
happen.
I'm gonna murder you. I hate that cat. He's the worst. I just had to try and hit him with a poncho. That's the only thing he's afraid of is the poncho. The poncho of kitty beating.
I love how as soon as you're talking how bad of a cat he is, he goes right over there like, I'm going to fuck up your guitar, you prick.
Yeah, he does. He does it every single day. If there's a thing he can do to ruin my life, he will do it just out of spite. He's the worst. He's like a little agent of entropy that lives in my
I just
home.
can't get over he literally, I'm gonna murder you.
We have a long relationship, that cat and I. It has reached a boiling point. That cat's about to get thrown into a dumpster
Poor
somewhere.
Ollie.
The worst.
Press F for Ollie. Chat. F for Ollie.
Or just clip
F-
it and then just loop it.
Mm-hmm.
And then maybe remix it, like different beats and stuff. Like get a little electronic synthesizer in there.
We need to songify I'm gonna murder you.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
You need
murder
to-
you.
You need to get like a mini GoPro for your cat so you can find out what it does all day. Like
That'll
how long
do.
does it wait staring at the guitar before it starts to go toward it?
Sometimes he claws me for no reason. Like I'll just be sitting in my chair, he'll stand up and he'll be like, claw.
For no reason.
Like,
I'm
why?
gonna murder you. For
Why?
no reason.
I know why.
he's gonna murder you
It wants
first.
attention.
His life
Yeah.
is in danger.
Indeed. Anyway, so we're all walking out. Mary Shelby is in tow as well. And once I'm out the door, I realize I have no idea where I'm going. I kind of half turn to the north, and then I look to Mary Shelby for directions.
She latches onto this and she's like, oh, yes, you don't. Okay. Follow me. And she heads off to the north. It takes you several minutes to walk your way across town, like 5-10 minutes. And as you arrive in front of the house, you can see two large men out in front holding like quarterstaffs. One of them has a club slung on his belt. The other one has a large dagger that appears to be sheathed on his belt.
I
Standing
hand
there
one
just...
I hand one of them my bowl, empty bowl.
Do I see them approach the house from my alleyway? I'm kind of keeping watch them because I'm waiting for them to turn up and sort of intercept.
Yeah, you see him coming along.
Okay.
With your passive perception, Nsan, you see a seagull up on the side of the house too. It's in a weird position that a seagull normally does not like. A seagull does not normally contort like that. He appears to be looking inside a window. As you hand the bowl over to the guard, he kind of
speak to him
instinctively takes
immediately.
it.
I ask him, did you see a man, a short man, just high pitched whiny voice like this?
Long ears, green skin. I
He's
say,
in the
I'm
alley
looking
over
up at
there.
I point to
I don't
Nsan.
know.
Yeah, like that.
He was in the alley making bird noises a second ago. I'm not a waiter though. He points at the bowl that's like sitting in his hand.
I pat him on the shoulder and I walk off towards the alley. Thanks, sir.
I'm just
He
standing at the
stands there
entrance to the alleyway.
confusedly holding a bowl and just being like, "WTF? Like today's been a weird day so far."
Hi. Did I interrupt dinner? I will take that as a yes. So, you know that job we had?
Allow just quickly, OC. You're talking with Adavi because Adavi went off to talk with you, didn't he?
I didn't
Yeah.
hear anything.
What?
I didn't hear anything.
Okay. So, hi guys.
So confused.
I wave at the group.
I blame
You're,
Skype.
okay, you're waving at the whole group. Okay, thank you for the clarity. I was so confused there.
I'm pretty
Everything
sure
was
Skype messed up, so it's just like, you know what? I wave at the group.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
Thank you.
and I beckon you over.
I nod to the guard who's holding the bow, and I kind of off sort of a sympathetic look, but then I leave as well. You know, it's like I sympathize, but I'm not going to fix it, and I will. But I'm kind of looking up at that bird, and as we're walking, I kind of nudge Moment. Does that seagull look normal to you?
Does it look normal to me?
Seagulls don't normally perch on the side of houses and hang like halfway upside down to look through a window. Noting what you've known about seagulls your whole life, they seem to stand up straight, and they don't tend to like focus on things like looking in windows. And so it's definitely odd. Like he looks like he's peering inside of the window, practicing
don't
some
worry-
kind of bird
don't worry about
voyeurism.
Bob.
Who knows?
Don't worry about Bob. He's fine. He'll be back in a minute.
Bob?
Oh.
What are you talking about, little man?
Just look between Dex and the seagull, like,
Bob.
right. So
I
what's
actually
going
turn
on?
As Moment asks that, I'm turning my attention to Mary Shelby. You said Dax feared for someone's life.
He was in the jar.
She
I'm
looks
so
at
really
you.
confused.
Dax, take us through what you saw. I'm sorry, you stormed out in such a huff that it was hard to.
Turns out I was sort of wrong and also possibly right. Bit more wrong, possibly. And I beckon them slightly further into the alleyway. And then I minor illusion a small copy of exactly what I saw in my hand, and I run it through the 10 seconds of footage I have, where the guy steps out from my perspective, and then turns back, wipes the thing away, and then I'm like, and I ran up here, and there were guys outside. We had a quick conversation trying to get in, and then Redfern himself comes down. He's like, nothing is wrong. Don't worry about this. He didn't even open the door very far, just a crack, and leaned out. And he's not dead, but I think that he may have been got to or controlled or something. So I asked Bob there to go and have a look in and tell me what he sees.
And what does Bob see?
I call Bob over.
I kind of step back a little bit, like, what the hell kind of devil speak is he talking right now?
Bob's looking in the window, and you see his head swing around and look at you, and he flaps his way back down to the ground before hopping over.
Has anyone got any fish? No. We'll have to go to the port afterwards. What do you see?
Did we rescue any fish from our adventures in the sea?
Is my pocket still full of
unfortunately,
fish?
They're falling out of your pockets right now. Bob goes,
Oh, huh.
and you get the rough feeling that he's once again pulling the fish first card with you.
I, in my most eloquent seagull, Bob, we've had this discussion before. I've already given you some food. I will give you lots of food as soon as you tell me what's in there. And trust me, I am a seagull at heart, and I would not, go against this, etc. And we just really need to know what's going on, and then we'll go down the port, and I'll make sure to get you, a lot of fish. Like a lot.
Persuasion check.
I say, kind of look at the moment like,
seagull.
I'm seriously confused.
You guys just hear him squonking. He's not even speaking English right now. He's
Oh,
out of
right,
bird,
that's
like,
what he said. Oh, right, sorry.
20.
like flapping and making noises.
20.
I guess he
You're pretty
speaks
sure-
seagull.
Bob looks like he scowls at you for a second. And then he
Pissing
reveals
with a
his
beak.
tail. He hasn't seen anybody go into or out of the room. Whatever meeting is taking place did not take place in that room.
You'd think that he'd take meetings maybe in his study, but he hasn't been back in there. Nothing's going on in the study now. I talked back to Bob. There was no one in the study who looked like this.
He shakes his head. And Seagull.
That's no for Seagull. Yeah, this guy's from Turab probably, or at least the robes are, and he was the one who went in there. Didn't see him.
Have we seen anyone from Turab other than Ibn?
You have not. The occasional merchant seems as though they may have come from there, but no one that stands out in your mind.
Dax, this isn't one of your games.
No?
You sure you're not imagining that? Did you, I don't know, lick any strange substance to try and work out what it was, or touch any kind of squirming wall, or...
I am ashamed and disappointed that you would think that of me, Nsan. I was going to do that later tonight.
You hear nothing
Afterward.
but scratching and honking coming from Bob now. He's on the ground just like... And the rough translation is that he's rhythmically chanting, "Give me food! Give
Okay.
me food!" He appears
Is
to
it
have reached
okay
the
if
edge of
we-
his patience with you.
I attempt to step on Bob.
Okay.
I go to defend Bob. I am defending
Are you Are you actively trying to hurt Bob?
I'm trying to make him shut up. So yes, I assume a
Okay.
300+ pound man would probably kill a seagull. Yes.
Well,
Give me
no,
an
I mean,
attack
are
roll.
you
Give me an
actually
attack
trying
roll.
to... Oh, yeah, okay. I was going to say, you could just make a sharp move at a seagull and it would clear the way.
Is there
You have
I
advantage
would
too,
like
because
to.
Bob is really, really focusing on his little resistance chant.
I would
How
like
do you
to.
do it?
Can
How
I
do you
vicious
do a
mockery
straight
at
attack
Davy
roll?
to give him the disadvantage if he fails?
What's that?
Do I see him going towards it? Does he just lash out? Does he actually have to move forwards? Because can I defend Bob?
He's going to lash out at Bob, and then
Okay.
we'll decide how you react to it in just a second once we get the attack rolls.
How do you actually do a straight attack roll?
It would be 1d20 plus your dexterity and your proficiency, I guess.
Well, it
Oh,
depends
okay.
what weapon you're using.
Are you just
On my
attacking
foot.
unarmed?
I'm
Yeah,
stepping
so
on
just
it.
use your dexterity. You're presumed to be proficient with unarmed attacks, so...
I thought
It'd
unarmed
be-
was strength.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think it's
Yeah.
strength, not
Because
dexterity.
I think that monks are the only people who can use dexterity for it.
Oh, okay. So yeah, we'll do strength then, plus your proficiency.
All right, 9.
Now, with a 9, surprisingly, seagulls do not have that amazing of an armor class. You lash out quickly. How do you want to react, Dex?
I'm still carrying my shield and stuff from earlier because I was kind of trying to go into combat. I just intersperse myself between Adavi and Bob then, if I can. If I'm in position, otherwise I can use a spell or something.
Yeah, give me a dexterity check to dive in front of the blow and block it.
Okay.
And save the mighty Bob, who is still in an act of rebellion. He does not seem happy with you right now.
Dexterity or acrobatics?
Do acrobatics, that's fine.
There you go.
14.
You dive in front of the bird, who is actively at this point jumping towards you and lunging and squonking. And so with one hand as you jump in front of him, you're trying to keep the bird away from your face.
No, I'm
Adavi's
happy. I'm
kick,
happy to
which-
take bird damage. I'm not being damaging or offensive towards the bird in any way. If I have to get hit by bird, I get hit by bird. That's cool.
So with a albatross seagull in front of you, a rather large bird, in fact, you're holding him off with one hand, and you flash your shield out, and you hear a clung as Adavi's foot bounces off the front of your shield.
No, Bob works for me. I need to pay him. Do you want to come with me to the port, or do you want to just discuss here and I'm going to need to go feed him? He's getting uppity.
Just take him to the port. I can't. So much squawking, Dax.
Yep.
Yeah, he's
I wouldn't have
from-
thought such a small creature would be able to make such a loud noise, but I'd already met you.
I mean, I thought you were going to say, you know, that was me and that the bird on top was too much, but sure. Okay, well, I'll meet you back at the tavern. Tavern.
I looked to Mary
chant.
Shelby. Are you heading back to the temple?
She looks at you, looks at the bird, which is flapping and making all kinds of noise and bouncing off of Dax right now, with all the bravado that it can, before looking back at the side of the building. Yes, I'd like to get back to studying the books if I could.
Okay. I look to Adavi a moment. I take it you would like to head back to the tavern. My voice trails off, and it's clear that I'm sort of thinking and I'm looking around. Why would the mayor only peel the door open if there were guardsmen there? He should have felt confident enough to open the door to whoever was knocking. And
I replayed the scene with minor illusion in my hand to like emphasize how much he just pulled the door open like half a crack and didn't even fully open it.
Well, no,
And
he
how
opened
many-
it, he leaned out, and it looked like he was just like a lawyer, essentially. Looks outside of his office real fast and motion for somebody to come in. Like, it looks like he was expecting
Okay,
the
I
coin
thought you
lords
were
or
like
whatever.
saying like he was only cracking it open because there might be someone behind him.
okay, well, retcon what I just said then, because I was
Same
Sure.
thought I said, yeah.
Sorry.
Sorry for describing it improperly. It's fine.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I suppose we'll be back at the Dax. If this is just some sort of joke, I know that you're tired and you've had a long day, but
My jokes
Let's
are a
go
lot
back.
more eloquent and funny, and honestly, this is too much effort to be a joke, let's be honest at this stage. I'll meet you at the tavern, have some food, have a drink, and then I've got to go work with the books and Mary Shelby, and also I have a seagull on my head. It's pooping down my back. God damn it.
I can
Bob's
see-
chant has changed at this point from "Give me food, give me food." He's bouncing up and down, flapping, and he's changed his chant to "Promise means promise. Promise means
I walk
promise."
towards the port with Bob. Can I do an animal handling check to just calm Bob down a little bit or something?
Sure, that's fine. Absolutely.
Roll a one, roll a one, roll a one.
Mm-hmm.
I got a 9. So that's
Why
good.
is
Somewhere-
Bob the most annoying character in every game we play?
Yeah.
Because I get
so
to name
unfortunately,
them.
you're new to Seagull. Seagull linguistics does not come naturally to you, and
Yeah.
you don't understand, like, you understand the syntax and the sentence structure, but you're not really in tune with Seagull culture.
I got the gender words wrong. It's actually Bobette, and I've been offending
Yeah.
Bobette all along. Yeah.
He doesn't seem offended, but he doesn't seem pacified either. He's still just bouncing up and down, screaming, "Promise means promise." As that's happening, you see several people be like, they're walking by and they look. One guy goes, "Are you gonna let that seagull do that to you?"
It's a seeing eye seagull. I'm blind beyond like 30 feet. I need it to the vision. Just carry on walking.
I imagine I catch sound of that as he's walking away, just making these excuses. And I just heave a really heavy sigh and just start moving towards the tavern with a bit more purpose. Like, I need to be there right now.
So you've had an adventure with a seagull that lacks emotional maturity. Who knew that was the way it was
I need
going
to
to
pick
go?
the older seagulls in future.
Well, this is what happens when you try to talk to creatures that have an intelligence of like 2.
To be fair, I should have picked something a little bit more intelligent than the seagull. Like, seagulls are never... Mine!
Yep, you make your way off to the port, and I'm just going to assume that you purchase fish, whereas everybody else
I
heads back to
purchased
the
a
tavern.
silver worth of fish. Good amount of fish, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do we need more? How much fish is a silver?
It's a sizable pile of little like herrings or whatever it is they catch out of the sea right there.
It's about the right
Bob
size for a
stands-
seagull, then.
Yeah, basically the vendor dumps out a sack on the ground essentially, and Bob stands on top of it like a triumphant Napoleon, looking as though he's done his work for the day. He quiets up and he gets to work on the fish.
I move the fish to somewhere out of the way so that people don't pick them up or take them or whatever, and let Bob eat them without being attacked by nearby townsfolk. I let him eat them, and then I thank him kindly and then pop back to town.
Okay. So walking back into the tavern, how do you all want to proceed?
Well, before we left Redfern's house, I wanted to grab one of the guards that was outside.
Yeah.
And just ask them if they'd seen anybody in a Tarabi cloak anytime recently.
I mean, there's Eben. I have a couple of the merchants, I think, but aside from that, not too many around these parts. I mean, that's part of the reason why Eben himself is such a commodity, I suppose. He's one of the only Turabi around here that I know of. He tries to hand you the bowl back, kind of like in a passive way, like just like in a, here, take this. I don't want it.
I've got my hands in the robe's pockets, and I've got my eyes really wide. I'm listening very intently. And I ask him, do you know the names of the Tarabi merchants?
Unfortunately, no. I don't get out to the market much. Most of the time I spend here, and by the time I get done watching, the front of the house and everything else, normally the market's closed by then.
All right. I bow to him. Have a good evening, sir. Thank you for your help. And walk away.
He raises a finger, he's like, and he's still holding the bowl in his hand as you walk away.
He's so nice.
Just too passive.
Put a coin in it.
Too passive. Making friends.
Is that what Mormon does as he walks past?
Please say this.
Like, assuming he saw the thing happen with the bowl, he doesn't.
He's so good, though.
To be fair,
Oh
Mormon
my
is
God.
letting go of money
Put a little copper
voluntarily.
piece in there.
Just hold it up. That's what you do.
I swear, Bentham is like a sniper with these kind of comments. He's just quiet in the corner for so long, and then...
Oh, you didn't see his comment in the chat, did you? He said since you had a seagull on your head and you were using him to see, that he was your seagull.
That's where
But-
the same place I come with seeing Eyegull, but I think Bentham's is better.
So you guys could take over from here. You guys are going back to the tavern.
Sure. I wanted to cut through the market and see if I could just ask people who were still there. I assume most of the market's closed by now. But I don't want to ask whoever's around if they knew which market stalls had the Tarabi.
Yeah. As you're cutting back through the market, things are starting to clear out for the day, and it looks as though the business day is done. And while the place is kind of dead to begin with due to the quarantine, you quickly find a merchant standing around. Give me a persuasion check real fast. I mean, this is like a minor interaction, so I don't know why I'm bothering, but it's fun to roll dice.
There you go.
10.
10.
10. Yeah, he points you in the proper direction. He's like, the stall over there. There's a spice merchant, I think, that's from Tarab. And then off to the other side, there's a guy. He's got all kinds of weird knickknacks and pots and pans and all kinds of stuff. I don't know either of their names, but by all means, they're over there and over there. And looking where he indicates, it looks as though the stalls are empty for right now. Business is done for the day for most people, so you could come back tomorrow, though, if you wanted to investigate.
And what do you sell, good sir?
He
Or
looks over and
madam.
is like, mostly grains, although that's kind of a rough business to be in since the quarantine struck and the fields haven't been going so great. Rices, oats, that sort of thing. Used to deal with feed in between farmers for their various animals and husbandry, but anymore it's mostly just rice whenever the shipments come through anyways. They send food down from the capital now, and they pay me a little bit every month to help with the distribution of the rice and whatnot to people that have families that are deserving of it. And you're supposed to give it an even part and parcel, so technically I'm not really selling grains anymore. I'm just helping the Scions distribute aid, I suppose, anymore, but we haven't seen a shipment in a while.
Do the grains that I know you said the grains are coming from the capital these days? Have they ever come from the Croftwood?
Well, they have to go through the Croftwood in order to get through here. The Croftwood totally encircles us. He makes kind of a motion with his hand. You can't really, I think Woodley is kind of in a strange position where it's completely surrounded by the woods. That's why I think there's so much superstition about the damn places that you can't really live around here without going through it or dealing with some of the strange shenanigans the circles get up to out there.
But the grains aren't grown in the Croftwood, they just pass through.
No, as far as I know, they're sending it down from I'm pretty sure it's coming down from Langenfeld. There's the possibility that some of it is sourced from Ballard's Cross, but in all honesty, the bags that I see marked that they bring down, they all appear to be. They're not markings from any of the farmers around here. The farmers all around here, they have a proprietary mark that they put on whatever they produce from their land, and it's not from any of the farmers around here.
Fair enough. Well, thank you for your time, good sir, and I'll give him a couple coppers.
Yeah, he smiles, says no problem. Not much else to do around here before turning back to sit at his stall and put his feet up on the counter.
I'll make my way to the tavern.
So when we met Dax, was he holding the jar?
I did lift it out at one point and show you it.
So we would have seen that it was all cloudy or whatever and didn't show the office
Yeah,
anymore.
I mentioned that in my recital of the story. Because I said that, I showed you what played and I said that he wiped it off and then the jar went blank.
Yeah, the jar
So-
remains blank. Some of the opacity inside of the jar appears to have diminished a little bit. It's almost just like a jar of water at this point.
So as we're walking back, I mentioned to Nsan, he must be telling some truth. The jar really was no longer doing what it was supposed to do.
What was it supposed to do?
It was showing an office. I guess it must have been Redfern's office.
Showing as in a scrying orb?
I guess. When we looked into it, it was just like we were a fly on the wall, I guess. Might be
You-
something to do with those markings. The one we saw in the office in the caves?
The one that Dax destroyed by smearing filth over it.
Yeah. The one that,
Perhaps.
if what he showed us is true, then that might have been a marking that got smeared off as well.
And you saw this with your own eyes. You saw that jar. And the office
Yeah, we
through
found
the
it
jar.
in the office where the other marking was.
That is...
I wonder if, were we to look in Redfern's office, we'd find another jar.
Truth be told, I sense there may be more involved in this than just Dax imagining things, but what can we do? If Redford appears unharmed, could let ourselves in, I suppose, but
An option?
I'm definitely lowering my voice as I'm talking about this sort of stuff as we walk. I'm not like, oh yeah, we should totally break into the mayor's place. People on the street, just so that you know, definitely hush sort of thing. But
Mormon shakes his head. This whole thing is a mess. We don't know who we can trust.
very few people, if what you manage to find in those letters is anything to go by. I don't know. It seems possible that we might need to... We have had very few dealings with Redford so far. It might be that we could continue on without having any dealings with him, but if I were to be intent on securing control over a region, then yes, it's lawmakers, its leaders, even its bookkeepers would be the ones to go for. Control the information moving around, control the people making the decisions.
Those letters were talking about him and Adbra.
From what I could tell of Adbra, he seems truthful enough. He doesn't seem under the sway of any malign intent, but I'm not really sure what I would be looking for. All I can tell is that he seemed honest in his dealings with us.
I guess we just have to see if we can find anything anywhere. Well,
perhaps we should wait for Dax to return. But there are only two ways that we can proceed about this. If we want to get any information, we wait for someone to give it to us, or we go looking for it ourselves. Those are really the only two options. Anything we choose to do or not do is a shade of either of those two.
Well, maybe Mary Shelby can turn up something.
Perhaps, though. I'm wary of putting too much... Faith is the wrong word. Too much expectations on her. She's already doing a lot. And as you've seen, it's taking some sort of toll. Perhaps we should find Adavi, see what he has to say about this. He seems to be coming into his powers lately, more so than I've seen before at the monastery. Maybe he will have some method at his disposal which would open more options to us.
Yeah, I think we need as much magic help as we can get right now. Where's he gone off to?
Last I saw, he was heading to the market. I'm sure he'll be back soon. Let's just head to the tavern and wait for our companion's return.
Aye, sounds like a plan.
All right,
Okay.
head off.
So we're going to skip ahead right now. I'm going to assume that everybody has done the things they need to do. Dax concluded his business with the Seagull. Davi has finished talking around at the markets. You have all regrouped at the tavern now. And do you want to share a table? Do you want to go to a room? How do you guys want to proceed?
I wanted to get Mariah's attention and see if she can get me some more soup.
Sure. It's all on the tab, so she brings over food without you almost needing to ask. They seem to have developed an expectation that if you're in the tavern, you're going to eat.
And trust me, I'm aware that it's all on the tab and it's all covered. I'm totally aware of this. I'm putting on many kilos.
In this slowly starving village.
So Adavi is pigging out right now, eating lots of onion soup. Are you guys going to join him at the table?
Yes, well, I imagine... did he not arrive after us? I imagine we're all at the same table anyway.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But seeing that Adavi's, looking with an eye for food, I stop Mormon from even broaching the topics that we've been discussing with him. It's like, oh, wait. And once he sits down, once he starts eating, his brain is more open to actual things other than the hunt for food. I quickly summarize what Mormons and I were talking about and invite Adavi's input on it.
With respect to the time of day right now, it's about 7 in the evening, if that factors into any of your plans. So,
Okay.
6:30, 7-ish.
I'll be having some soup.
I walk in and I probably want some sort of soup with bread or something and a drink and a second drink that I'll be taking with me to Mary Shelby's.
Sure. They bring out a spread of food for you, which is meager by comparison to some of the taverns you've been at, but given the present circumstances, it makes sense. Still, it's enough to where you're not going to go to bed hungry.
I think that jar might be the way Mr. Necromancer and friends see through those glyphs that we saw in that room where we found the jar.
It seems
I would be
he
willing to.
wiped the rune away when he tried to get the other ends. It seems about right.
That's what I'm thinking. If that's the case, then we won't have any vision through that jar in that particular room. But perhaps
I put the jar in the middle
can
of the table.
access other runes.
It looks just like water now, though.
Yeah, you note that the particles that were floating in the water at one point or another, they seem to have sunk down to the bottom, and it's just like it almost looks like a jar full of water with
I
like an
shake
inch
it
of
like a
sand at
snow
the bottom
globe.
now.
Like a snow globe, I shake it and put it back on.
The sediment sifts around and kind of wafts and flows, and then as it settles, it just starts to float slowly downwards as the water clears out.
What were you talking of with Mary when it started doing its whole vision thing?
Well, I asked her what she thought it was, and she was like, it's a scrying thing, it shows you a rune or something. I asked if it was two ways, she said no, it's only one way probably. I was like, cool, and then I was going to put it away, and we're talking about other things, and then as soon as I was like about to put it away and start talking about other things, I was like, oh look, that's interesting, and then the stuff happened.
What other things were you talking of right before it started showing?
As far as out of character, I can't remember. I think we were about to discuss, like, I'd be helping out with a book or something.
Yeah, it was pretty much that you were talking about over the next few days. You wanted to lend your medical expertise to her analysis of the book on Kisrathi biology.
Yeah, I was gonna say I was gonna pop back later and help with the research. I mean, I've heard
That
tales of witches who can see, like, they scry through the tops of, like, bowls of water because they need a surface. So if you put water in a jar, that makes a surface all around the jar. So maybe that's how they get, like, images from different angles. I don't know. It's a guess.
Any guess as good as any at this point. I was thinking since the room was activated by that ear on the wall, maybe this jar would have an audio instruction as well.
I hand it to you.
I start making all sorts of weird, stupid baby noises at it. I can't. And then
Give
if
me an
that
Arcana
doesn't-
check.
Oh boy.
Well, Davy does that. I turn to the other two and go, I think the bigger question is, do we tell Adbra? I mean, we've not got really anything to tell him.
Your baby noises lack the arcane touch that you would normally have based on your personal experience with magic. Nothing seems to happen. The jar seems unfazed by your goo-gooing and gagaing.
I lift up a spoonful of onion soup towards the jar and I go, "Are you hungry?"
God, as you move the spoon towards it, it clinks, and onion soup just kind of runs down the side of the jar.
With half of my attention taken up by the distraction that is Adavi, I respond to Dax. Therein is the problem. What would we tell him? That you saw someone moving with malicious intent?
I think
jar?
even less than that. If we tell him anything, we just say we have reason to believe that he might have been broken into or he might have been compromised, but just to keep an eye out because we aren't certain. Just be very vague.
When you saw Redford, did he look like Redford? Were you certain it was him?
I hold up a napkin and then minor illusion exactly what I saw on the other side. It looked like him. He had his back turned and stuff. And he was working over a desk or something, wasn't he?
Yes, he was sitting down at a desk and
Yeah.
he appeared to be writing or hunched
I
over
mean-
the desk doing something.
I mean, when he came to the door. When he came to the door.
He seemed fine. I mean, we hadn't really talked to him much, had we? So he seemed okay. I mean, either he didn't know someone was in his room who had a knife, who was sneaking up on him, who wiped the rune away. So the guy could have just legitimately been in there or something for some reason, stealing
Has it
something.
occurred to you that maybe someone knew they were being watched? Maybe that had nothing to do with Redford's room. As you're doing right now on that napkin, is it not possible that someone could have cast some sort of illusion in whichever room that jar peered into? Because right now, all it seems is that you believe that you saw something bad happen and you disturbed the mayor because of it.
And I pick up the jar and slowly slide it into one of my empty glasses of beer, ale. Now, maybe you're thirsty.
He's sitting there trying to feed a jar of beer right now, and he's getting it all over the table. It's a mess. He's doing it with all the dexterity of like a 6-year-old playing with dolls too.
I take
you just
the
hear
ki-
glass clinking on glass.
I
and
put my hand out to Davy for the jar.
I slide the beer glass over to the beer stein over to Dax with the jar still in it.
I take a sip from the jar.
It's really, really salty. It tastes like you just took a sip out of the ocean. And in fact, when you open the jar, taste and smell are linked. And so as you get that taste, it gives you kind of that not low tide, but approaching low tide kind of smell. And now it's in your mouth. It's just
Right.
unpleasant all around.
You know they say drown deep, and they were talking about tentacles and stuff. Well, it appears their magic might be somehow linked to that somehow, because that tastes like ocean water. And I take a massive swig of my ale.
Pardon me if I increasingly don't trust the word of the seagull dancing, strange jar content supping, blood bathing goblin.
Do you just put everything in your mouth, Dax? As I shovel
Normally
more
I ask them out
spoonfuls
for
of
dinner
onion soup.
first.
Well,
I just
maybe
look
it
across
is just
the moment.
seawater.
Possibly.
Whatever
Seawater,
we
they
do-
did something magic to it.
But if they use
Well-
seawater in their magic, maybe that's somehow tied to their thing.
As I finish up a bowl of onion soup, I'm going to cast Detect Magic, just so I can see what the hell's going on with this thing.
Sure. You begin to gesticulate and say the silent words of, dispelling and... I'm sorry, not dispelling, of detecting magic under your breath. The jar develops a slight glow, but you notice that along the edges of the glow, the light that indicates that it's magical appears to be dissipating into the air around the jar, and it doesn't return. The glow is actually diminishing as the magic flies away from it. It seems as though by tomorrow morning, or maybe even later tonight, it'll just be a mundane item. There'll be no magic left whatsoever.
Huh. That's interesting. Dax, I think you may have alerted the owner of this jar, as it looks like all the magic's being drained out of it.
I think it started happening the moment they took the sigil away, maybe. Because it went dark at the
Yeah,
same
you're probably
time.
right.
Which
Well, that's
suggests that one
disappointing.
jar's only linked to one sigil.
Yeah, that's possible. Because why would you need a jar inside the room where we found the jar? Why would you need that same jar to see from that sigil inside that same room? He probably has a different one somewhere else.
Yeah. So look out for jars of interesting cloudy water.
Okay, I think that's fair enough. What do you want to do with this one? You want to finish drinking it?
Nah, too salty for my taste. Moment. I continue drinking my beer.
What do you... Like, I slid it back.
Is something I should know about Mormont?
Well, Mormon said he wants to study magics and stuff, so, he might be into that. I don't know. Don't know what dwarfs do.
Oh, I start nodding very, very heavily, very, very large
It's-
nods for me, and I'm
I-
twisting some of my mustache hair, and
I turn to
I'm
a
looking straight at Mormon. I'm like, he's completely right. Your friend Dax is on the ball here. If you really want to infuse yourself with magic, you must ingest magical items, and this is a perfect
yeah.
start, because this won't be
I
magic
just
for very long.
very casually move my hand over, and I tip the jar over, and
No.
drain out.
Me and Adavi, we're having a moment here. I heard Adavi and I wink, and I'm completely
Adavi?
in on it.
Give me a deceit check on Mormon. Mormon, give me an insight.
Oh god.
Let's see if you buy it.
I was hoping it wouldn't come to this, because this can only go wrong.
Oh, I rolled so
Maybe I'll be
badly.
okay.
5. I rolled a 5.
Can I use my assist to give him inspiration?
No.
Okay.
You know that Adavi is bullshit right now. He doesn't have a great straight face when it comes for jokes. And so you're just like, you're
My
bullshit.
action continues. I literally just casually move with the back of my hand, just tip it over, so it just stops draining. out.
Sleight of hand check, because they're having
I'm
a
not-
conversation about... Oh, you just want to do it right in front of them?
Yeah, I'm doing it right in front of them.
I, with my empty beer glass, would like to sleight of hand check to put the empty beer glass below it to catch it.
And I'm going to try to dex save it.
Okay. So he knocks over the jar. Both of you give me your respective checks.
And I will be
19.
guiding Handis. Guidance, that's the one. 11.
So, Adavi, what were you trying to do?
I was trying to stop him from knocking over the jar.
It
Okay,
isn't
so
hard.
you... Nsan, you can oppose it right now with dexterity if you want. If you wanted to force it through, he stops you though. If you don't oppose it.
I was literally just trying to end this discussion. And when he stops it, so does any attempt for me to push it.
Okay.
Yeah, as
We
you're pushing the
sat
jar
down.
over, he catches it with one hand while still talking to Dax, and it was almost just like second nature. His hand flicked out. He's like, no, wait, hold on. And they keep talking.
And since Mormont obviously isn't buying it, I start cutting my argument, which is, well, Mormont, you said you wanted to be involved with magic, yes? And you want to learn the arcane ways, and both me and Adavi do know, so a little bit about the arcane ways. Well,
It's a jar of seawater.
every mage,
We've already
as,
seen the-
you don't learn
Mr.
by
Adavi's
ingesting
talking
magics.
crap.
You don't learn by ingesting magics, but it is a rite of initiation. It's like a hazing ritual, really, to become one of the mages, right? You can't be a proper mage until you've undergone the hazing ritual. I remember back in my day when I swallowed the 5 magic pebbles. I've only had 4 of
Moment
them
did
shit
he
out. Still
always
got one
talk
of
this
them
much
in me.
shit?
Pretty much. Pretty much.
Yes. Yes, he does.
Have you? I understand you've been inflicted with his presence for much longer than I have. Have you managed to find out a way to stop it?
He just admitted to eating pebbles. Are we not going to address this?
And he said only 4 of them passed.
Yeah.
Well, but Mormon just assumes it's a lie anyway. But Mormon thinks for a second, and then he goes to grab the jar. He tries to do it quickly.
Okay.
Oh, I make sure Mormon gets both hands on the jar. Yes. I go drink
Okay.
up.
Do I need to make like a test? I don't need to make a test to grab it.
Do you guys really want to go competitive here?
Adavi,
competitive jar grabbing?
Adavi, let him have it. Adavi, let him have it.
Yeah,
And-
of course. I give it right to him. You don't
And
have
as
to say
soon as
let him have it.
Mormond gets his hands on the jar, I cast command with one word: drink.
God damn it!
I'm going to try and stop him from physically drinking it.
All right.
I'm just
So
gonna
what is
try and
your
knock
Let
it
me
out
just
of his
cast a
hands.
spell. Command.
what is your saving throw, Dax?
It's a wisdom. You need to get 14 or more.
All right. Give me your wisdom save, Mormon.
Oh god. Why have you done this to me?
Yes!
Oh no.
I would
some
like
reason,
to try
as
and block
he's
Nsan
gesturing
from
in the
trying to
air-
stop him, though. If Nsan's going to physically intersperse himself, I want to try and help.
This is just turning into a scramble at the table. So when he tells you to drink, for some reason you know he's bullshit, but the way that he whispers it kind of reverberates in your mind, and you're like, I'm gonna drink. And you start sliding the jar across the table to yourself. Nasan, what are you gonna do?
I'm just going to try and knock the jar clean out of his hand.
Okay, so you can give me an athletics check, which will be opposed by a strength check from Mormont to hold on to the jar because he's taking a command spell now.
Can I help with that?
What's that?
Can I help Mormond resist?
If you want to add a guidance to it, or you want to waste your resources, sure.
Yeah, I'm
absolutely.
gonna give Mormond my my blessing for tonight. I'm gonna give him my bonus. Drink up, my heart is yo ho, pirate slave for me. And I'm gonna give him a 1d6.
All right, so add a 1d6, Mormond, when you give me your strength check.
Oh my god, I'm
It's
sorry,
just a normal
Mormon. I'm
strength
trying
check.
to
It's
help
not like a
you.
save or anything.
You can-
Athletics
can-
is not something I'm good at.
If it's,
yeah,
if
do
it's
a
grapple,
strength
it would be a strength
I was
check. Yeah.
thinking you were gonna minor illusion the jar into a stein of beer.
Sorry, dude. I thought this would be like
Oh,
acrobatics or just dexterity or something, but alas.
This dwarf is stronger than you expected. As you try to wrest
No.
the jar away, he jerks it out of your hand with both hands, just glop down the hatch, and drinks it all up. The next thing you know, Mormon, you're sitting there with a salty taste in your mouth and the smell of sea fart in your nose, and just a jar with sand
I've had
at
a
the
very
bottom
nice
of it.
dinner. I'm gonna go help Mary
I
Shelby,
just-
and I'm out there. I'm gone.
So at this point, do I come to my senses and be like, why the hell did I just
Yeah,
do
it only
that?
lasts for
You
one
do,
round.
you do.
Yeah.
Is it enough to work out that he just, like, used a bloody spell to make
Oh,
me
you
drink
are
seawater?
Yeah.
100%
you're fully aware.
aware of what just happened.
I throw the jar at the back of his head as he runs away.
Give me a
son
ranged
of a-
attack roll.
Hey, how does this work?
You can use, I think, strength or I think it's just strength for a
It's
thrown
strength
weapon
for a
check,
thrown
right?
weapon if it's not like finesse type thing, and he wouldn't have
So-
proficiency because it's an improvised weapon.
Yeah, so give me just a strength check, adding your strength bonus.
Would I have half cover or 3/4 cover or something from the people in the tavern? I'm ducking between tables.
No, you need consequences for your action.
That's fine.
Oh,
21.
correct.
Yay! So what's your armor class?
That's a hit. That's a hit. That is definitely a hit.
Fantastic. So with improvised weapons, I forget what I think it's 1d4.
It depends on what the GM thinks it would be normally. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure they are.
Really angry dwarf just threw a tankard at full force at
Yeah.
the guy.
So it's a
No, it was
1d4
the jar, it was the
plus
jar.
your strength.
Yeah.
Oh, the glass jar.
Oh.
Oh, that's gonna be nasty. It's gonna shatter.
Roll
was
me a
really
1d4 and then add
I
your
was-
strength bonus to it.
I was really hoping he would miss and hit one of the other patrons of the tavern and start a brawl. That'd be
It's gonna
amazing.
kick off a bar fight. It's gonna be like the scene in Pirates of the
God.
Caribbean.
Who's
The
rolling?
scene-
You are.
It's you. You're rolling me 1d4 plus 2 or whatever your strength check or whatever your strength bonus is.
My strength bonus is 3. The D4 is
5.
Wow. So with a mighty, just you wing this thing. Like you were actually pretty pissed off about it. Dax, you feel a rough surface collide with the back of your head as you're running away for 5 damage with just a dunk. This is a pretty solid jar. It does not shatter when it hits you, and damn does it hurt.
It's like a
And
mason's jar.
It doesn't. It
As you're
doesn't
knocked
shatter.
forward and prone.
Okay. I get up. I rub my head and subtly
There's a
cast
lump
Cure Wounds,
form.
which
Okay.
it does 5 hit points. Like I think that's the minimum I can do because of the bonuses. And then I just lob the glass back at Mormond.
Well, this
Okay.
it probably misses because I'm gonna be like over the side of the table vomiting out seawater right now.
But then you're incapacitated. So, well, you'd be stunned?
So Mormon is throwing up behind a table. I'm gonna say that when you throw the jar back, it mostly obscures his body, so he would get like a +3/+4 to his AC. You can make a ranged attack check if you want.
If he's got half cover, that's +2. It's 3/4 is +5. I'm gonna make the ranged attack just as I rush out. I'm not even really trying properly to hit him. It's a strength check basically in that.
Yeah.
So this would be that's actually +1 to that, 19 because of my jack of all trades.
Yeah, that works.
So your jack of all
AC
trades
16.
adds 1 to it.
Yeah, it's half my proficiency if I'm not proficient with it already. Actually, not
Okay,
with
so
attacks. Actually, that's
-1.
an 18. That is an 18. Doesn't
So
add
it
to
should
attacks.
just be 18. What's your armor class, Mormon?
16.
You've got a
Plus-
+4 from the table. So, or the +3. I mean, you're basically behind it for the most part, and it's a large table with chairs. The jar collides with the front end of the table that's opposite the side of Mormon. It would have been a hit if there was no table in the way. It shatters everywhere all over the floor with a really, really loud noise that sends patrons turning from whatever they're doing to look. People are raising eyebrows and tutting in the background. The bartender's sitting behind the bar, watching this all unfold, and he just has just a total degaff. It's the end of my day. I just want to go to bed look on his face.
I am not waiting for the patrons to stand up. I immediately throw my chair back, stand up, and I two-fist one of my steins all the way across towards the bar. Try to
Sure.
hit the bar.
As you stand up to two fist. Wait, what are you trying to do?
I'm trying to throw one of the beer steins towards the bar. Trying to hit the bar.
Why?
Because this is just a big glass bottle thrown this way. And I'm going to yell, "No, you don't, you little shit."
All right.
Dex isn't in that direction, is he?
Yeah, he's running towards the door. We're off in the corner somewhere.
This is devolving quickly. Make me an attack roll. You see the bartender start to move out from behind the bar, and he's walking towards the table.
Only 8.
You go to throw it, but it kind of gets stuck to your hand with the ring, and it just kind of like arcs straight into the floor and shatters. It wasn't the most impressive throw you've ever thrown.
As I
With
go
all this
out,
commotion, would like I've just been like, oh my god, I'm surrounded by it. Would I have been able to try and just slip away with all of this craziness going on in every which way as people are throwing
I will
things
allow
around?
it. I will allow
Okay.
it. You
So
see
roll a
him
stealth
step away
check?
in the... No, you don't need to make
No?
a stealth check. People are throwing bottles. And
I've
you
gone to my
creep
room.
away.
I've just left. I've just stood up. Moment may have felt a sympathetic tap on his shoulder, and then I'm gone.
as I go out the door, I minor illusion 2 different voices from different places in the tavern amongst the biggest crowds, and it's like, "Oh, did you see that? He threw a ball at me!" And then the other end he goes, "Oh, did you see that guy over there? Yeah, he was totally looking at me funny. Hey, take this!" And I go.
So are you going back upstairs? Like, what are you doing as you do this?
I'm going out towards Mary Shelby's. I go out through the front door.
Oh, you're going out through the front door. Okay.
Are any of the patrons responding?
I'm resolving it right now to see what
Okay.
happens.
I love how Davy is genuinely trying to start a bar brawl. Oh my god.
He's a bad
so-
influence on me.
Yeah, about 4 of the patrons actually just start kicking off and fighting as the massive hulking bartender walks past you. He makes his way towards some of the troublemakers, and you see him pick one up by the shirt and slam him into a wall. And that one is pacified now. Basically, he's grabbing people by their... This is a big, big man, and they don't have a lot of a chance to resist. This dude throws kegs all day for a living. And so most of these people just can't hang with how big he is in terms of physical strength. And so it seems to be resolving pretty quickly. They only get a couple punches off before he's got the room more or less cowed before his
Aw.
ridiculous hulking barman might.
Aw.
With that, Dax heads out towards the night. Nsan is nowhere to be seen, leaving Mormon vomiting alongside the table, essentially, and retching. And Davi, what are you doing?
I'm going to pick up Mormon by the nape of his neck, by the collar, and see if I can drag him
Scruffing
towards
him
the
like
stairs.
a ferret.
Yes.
What?
Mormon, do you allow this?
I'm busy vomiting, so I probably don't resist much.
Okay, so he drags you upstairs by your shirt with you hacking and retching and dry heaving. and then the other two are gone as well. So, Dax heads off towards the temple. Nsan, what are you going to do? At this point, actually, let me ask everybody, what are you going to do for the next couple of days before you head to the forest? Because as I recall, that was the plan, is you were going to take a couple of days, then you were going to go to the forest.
Oh, I had business with the jeweler for an opal that she was making, and also I wanted to check on the little dish that I had set out for the Howpact and see what they're up to.
Okay. Dax, what are you doing for the next couple of days?
Helping Mary Shelby out. I wanted to also talk to Adavi about why he's leaving food outside his room, and I imagine that will have the discussion of, oh, this is what a Howpack is. We've had a tiny bit of that before from when I was there, not the full description the group had. And I'd probably start leaving a little bit of food outside just in case. Okay.
Nsan, what are you doing for the next few days?
Well, I spend my time largely just kind of I leave the city, just kind of wander around the streets a little bit, or just around the outskirts of the city. I generally just kind of go off and sort of think to myself a lot. I spend a fair bit of time around the tavern, though, as if I'm waiting for something.
Okay. And then Mormond, what were you planning on doing? For you just studying?
Yeah, I've got that magic book now from Mary Shelby, right? So I'll be studying that, trying to practice magic stuff. Occasional explosions may be heard from my room at the inn, and I'll occasionally visit Mary Shelby to, like, help with learning stuff.
Yeah, in the evening, I would like to also try and help Mormon as much as I can. And I also need to sell the Perfect Amber and the Garnet that I didn't get a chance to last week.
Okay. I don't remember what I quoted you for those.
It was something like 60 gold for the two or something. Maybe it was less than that. Maybe it was 50 gold for the two. I can't remember.
Yeah. Just go ahead and we'll assume that you sell it so that we can avoid that interaction and make things move a little bit quicker. You can add the 50 gold for the two things you wanted to sell. Adavi, with regards to the opal, do you recall what I quoted you for the
25.
opal? Okay.
25 gold.
And then what was the opal to be used for? I don't recall.
It's supposed to be a necklace.
Okay. So the opal necklace, she does conclude the work. Go ahead and remove the 25 gold from your roster if you've got it. The opal necklace that she gives you is of really solid workmanship. You wouldn't expect to be able to get jewelry of this quality out in kind of a podunk like Woodley, but she does good work, and you're happy with the result. Mormond and Dax, over the course of the next few days, Dax, you spend your daytime hours helping out with the research on the book. Go ahead and give me 2 medicine checks, please. And in the evenings, you help Mormond out with the training that he's going through with the book.
22 and
okay.
23.
Okay, good. All right, let me see how Mary Shelby does.
I can roll when it doesn't matter that much, but when it does matter...
Anytime that I found Mormond in his room by himself practicing magic, I wanted to just sneak around and start starting fires around his room, see if he would notice.
Just lighting fires?
You said I wouldn't notice Adavi, like, come into the room while...
No, not in the room, like slipping little burning things under the door.
You're in a wooden building with a thatched roof and you're playing with fire?
Yes!
Good lord.
Oh dear.
Oh no.
Almost like I wasn't even practicing fire magic. What's going on?
So over the course of the next few days, Dax, the progress that you make, you find that whether it's due to just being exhausted or tired or whatever, Mary Shelby is more of a hindrance than a help as you go through the next few days. She seems to really, really struggle with some of the passages which to you just seem like rudimentary medical knowledge. Now, this does fall in line pretty well with what she said, where she admitted that she's not an apothecary or a medic or anything like that. She is an evoker. She's a war mage. And so it makes sense that that would occur along the way. But even so, you would expect her to have like a baseline level of arcane knowledge that would help out with some of these concepts. And for some reason, it just doesn't seem to. Despite that fact, you do manage to decipher some of the notes. They appear to have been written mostly by Colvo himself. He appears to have been going through and keeping tabs on the development of some of the creatures down inside the cavern. You can tell from the tone of the book that from the way that he writes, he seems slightly fearful of the things that he's observing along the way. There's just kind of an overall... There's just a feeling of fear from his writings that he might seem to think that he's not supposed to be doing this right now, or that he's slightly fearful that someone will discover that he's documenting this. And in fact, given the fact that you found it inside of someone else's office, you get the feeling that he was discovered. I mean, there would be no reason for Kovo's writings to be inside that office were it his office, and given the tone and that sort of thing. You get the feeling that he was to be confronted about the fact that he was cataloging all of this knowledge at some point, just based on the facts that are in front of you. So you figure out pretty simply and pretty quickly over the course of the next 2 days the front end of the book, which is the early part of the development of the creatures. As far as you can tell, he refers to the large veiny things that are creeping along the walls, the tendrils. He refers to those as the grasp. And from what you can tell, it's a source for sustenance, and it also seems to come from a centralized location that he refers to as the deep heart. And you get the feeling that he's seen this firsthand because there are drawings of kind of a large cardiac being or some kind of large mass of flesh, which appears to be in some kind of cylindrical room or in some location from which all of these tendrils come. He seems to write with a sort of reverence of it, while slightly fearful at the same time. He's got diagrams of the way that the veins run from this centralized location. He's got small diagrams of the way that it seems to crawl through stone and then part it using its kind of, I guess you would call it, I don't even know what you would call it, hydraulic muscle almost, to part passageways and open up caverns and close things off so that it moves through the earth as though it has dominion over that area. It opens and closes passages and small caverns and areas without much effort, and aside from that, it also acts as a centralized feeding mechanism for the growth of the Kizrathi. He's got several drawings of the room that you were in where Nsan and Asher were going through and killing off the creatures. He's got drawings which seem to indicate that the bottom of those little pits, they attach to some kind of... He's got some notes there that are sort of cryptic. He doesn't really understand the mechanism by which it works, but it appears as though they use the Everblood in some way to prime the earth. Like they really, really saturate it in one spot, and then the grasp will come and connect to that in some way. And over time, it seems to slowly grow the embryos out of those spots, although he seems much more puzzled by this. He doesn't actually seem to have observed this. The way he posits the question feels more like a hypothesis to you than it does an educated guess. You get the feeling that maybe he's not given access to those areas all too frequently, or maybe given the dark, he doesn't see all too well when he's in there, and so he's a little bit cautious about going into those areas. Along the way, he does sort of document the growth of the creatures as they come through the caverns. It seems as though they're dormant for several weeks after this process begins, like 3 to 5 to 8 weeks in there, depending on the creature that's being grown. They seem to just be in this pit slowly getting larger as nutrients or blood or whatever it is are fed into the pit. Aside from that, once that's done, he seems to have labeled them bloodlings or wakelings or something like that, appears to be the name that he's given to them, where small feral creatures will awaken and detach themselves from the grasp, and from there they are fed via the usage of the cook shrine, where they drain Everblood from victims who they've been capturing here or there. And it seems as though over the course of the next few months they slowly get stronger. Their musculature becomes much more developed, whereas when they first awaken, they're kind of hunched over creatures that match the description of what you've seen earlier on in your fights when you first came into the room. Their spines seem to straighten out. They become much more, if not human, they seem to become much more bipedal. They seem to accept their bipedal nature as they get more and more fed. They become, they stand up more straight. Their posture becomes better. They become stronger. The white pallor to their skin gets a little bit darker and more gray. They seem to gain health and become stronger. And along with that, you assume that there's some development of the brain. There are diagrams in the book of dead creatures that he appears to have been doing some kind of medical research on, where when they first come out of the grasp, it looks like their brain is not altogether that large, and it seems to have grown by 20 to 30% within the first few months of them feeding every single day and actually getting the sustenance they need after detaching from the grasp. That would be more or less the information that you've gleaned over the first couple days of staring at the books.
Okay. During the evenings, when we have our tavern sessions, I explain this to the group with cool little, minor illusion diagrams of the pulsating muscles, etc. And basically, I want the information passed along to Adbra that Nsan particularly found thousands of them in a big cylindrical pit. That 1,000 are somewhere within the 3 to 5 week cycle of being gestated, and they will need feeding when they wake up, and that will need a lot of blood. So we are somewhere within 3 to 5 weeks of being absolutely and completely fucked.
Okay. Sounds good.
That's
So
a
you
very
relay that.
disconcerting message.
Yep.
You spend your time, pardon me, after you get done with the research, you do make that information known to Adborough. He sends back a missive saying that he has sent even to Rob, as he mentioned previously, as a runner to the capital. He'll send a second runner out, hopefully to catch Even to Rob, although he doesn't hold out too much hope that they'll catch Even to Rob, because Even to Rob is quite swift when it comes to travel times. But he'll send a second runner to the capital to amend his previous report in the hopes that maybe they'll send some more soldiers or some more help. And then he thanks you for your service.
Cool. Further to that, I would like to ask Adborough if he can requisition me a pearl, and if I can have the broken trap that I grabbed and disarmed. If I can have that, somehow get the poison from the dart and use that. If necessary, I'll just have the dart turned into like a little jabby, like one-shot and knife stake type thing.
If you wanted to keep if you wanted the dart to not get Adborough involved, by all means, you could make a Arcana check if you wanted to right now to see if you could take that dart and just like remove the poison into some other receptacle that you happen to have inside your component case.
An Arcana check. Okay. Yeah. In which case, then I will get Mormon involved with this, because that's a good way to like make him happy about his sorcery and wizardy stuff.
Sure, give yourself advantage on it. You bring Mormon in to assist you with the retrofitting of the dart.
I will let Mormon just handle it, and I will inspire Mormon.
Okay.
With
The dart lodges itself in Mormon's neck.
This is now starting to feel like it's like, hey, come in here. There's this thing I need some help with. It's like, yeah, there's this thing. It could go off and poison you, maybe, but it'll probably be fine.
Drink this seawater one more time. Its thirstiness is killing me. Salty. I just need one more jar of it. Salty. There we go.
You hear from the room next door. Boom, boom, boom. Shut that up.
Shout back with pleasure, and I slap him.
Dax, do you resist the slap, or do you just accept it?
I take it. I take it.
Yeah, it's a token of your condition.
How can she slap? How can she slap?
How can she slap? I forgot about that.
And I guidance
Internet
him
nostalgia.
because
Okay.
why not?
So what's the
because-
test I'm making?
You're going to make an Arcana test. I'm going to give you advantage because you are being assisted by someone else who knows how to use magic and devices and stuff like that. So go ahead and roll me
And
2d20, take the
you've got
highest result, and
inspiration.
then add 1d4 to it.
And I'll hit the guidance button for you because it will just roll it.
You can just do like Arcana with advantage?
Yeah.
Alright.
I would love it if his guidance had been used up on the slap.
And then you've got your inspiration.
Okay. So inspiration is 1d6 if you wanted to add that. So you're at a 15 right now. Do you want to add the inspiration?
I'll do that.
Okay. That
There
puts
we
you up to 19. Yeah, so together you're able to work through it. Mormon's relative... Well, I mean, he's a novice to all of this, and so you have to coach him through the finer points of some of the machinery, which might as well be sorcery, given both of your understandings. However, he is a dwarf, and they do take to things like this pretty naturally, and it isn't too long before he's humming along and just helping you disassemble whatever this is. What did you want to do with it? Your score is high enough to where basically you could do whatever you wanted,
Can I
assuming you have
effectively
the
like
materials
strap
available.
the dart to like effectively a bit of wood and a hilt and just turn it into like a one-shot dagger? Just a dagger that you stab someone for the poison. Because I assume once the poison's used, like it only has one stab. Or how many stabs does the poison have?
The poison is a one-shot, one use. As far as you can tell, I'm just going to use like a passive medicine. You can tell that it's some kind of reactive agent. You don't know exactly what it does, but the dosage that was inside the dart is only on the little tip. It's not like it was inside of a receptacle or anything. And so since it was only on the blade of the dart, it's just enough to where after refining it, you used a couple different processes to essentially rehydrate it and get it to remove, and then you can reapply it to another weapon if you
I'll
wanted
just,
to.
like put it on a dagger then. Just one dagger, one shot use of poison.
Okay. So
what should
I
I
would
mark
just
that
add
as?
that your dagger has a substance on it for right now. You don't know exactly what it's going to do,
What's
but
the use of a poisoning kit?
a poisoning kit? I would assume that would be used with an intelligence check to brew and use different herbs to make poisons that you could apply to your dagger, possibly. I would get back to me on that one, though, because I'd have to look it up in D&D.
It isn't particularly well spelled out, I'll be honest.
Yeah, it would be like, it's like any of the other kits. I would actually have to look up what's contained inside of it and how it affects the roll.
Cool.
As far... Dax is all done. Adavi. So
Yes.
you've got your necklace. That's all taken care of. Was there anything else that you want to do over the course of the next day or two?
First thing, I wanted to check on the food that I left out for the Howpack. There's a couple sweet rolls. I also wanted to see if they had moved anything around in my room or if it was still just nice and neat or anything like that. Also, I wanted to check in on the 2 Tarabi merchants just to, sort of get what they look like or whatever. Is there like a someone who does caricatures in the market, or is this sort of like the mood's just not right for caricatures?
That would be a tough one. If you wanted to go ahead and give me an investigation check, you could ask around town, or actually do persuasion.
Sure.
That fits your skill set. You could find somebody who would be available to do some kind of drawing or artwork.
Oh, only an 8.
Yeah, you're unable to find anybody that really does art in the area. Unfortunately, the roll is just too low. You have trouble kind of enunciating what you want and explaining what you want, and most people are like, oh, you just want somebody to draw something. You have trouble with it. However, you do manage to find the 2 Robbie merchants. What did you want to ask them?
Just want to get their names, see what they sold, and just try, as I'm speaking to them, try to understand their mannerisms and what they look like, so I can relay this to Dax.
Okay. One of them is named Iram, and the other one is named Yasad.
Yasad and Iram.
They deal with the trade of... Iram himself is the spice trader that was talked about previously. They do dress in a fashion which is standard for Turabi, so their clothing would be very much similar, it's to a loose fit. Turab is kind of a hot, humid place, and so people down there tend to wear a lot of silks. They tend to be very loose and flowy. You would vaguely know about that since you're kind of from the same region. You're wearing your turban and your robes. I always assume that they would be made of silk, just based on the region that you're in. You take a look at their mannerisms and the way that they keep themselves. You catalog that for later. Was there anything more specific you wanted to ask them as a group, though?
Nah, I didn't want to pry into their personal lives. I might buy something cheap if something catches my interest, but spices, I don't cook.
Okay. The other merchant does have like random knickknacks and pottery and stuff like that. If you wanted to look through, he's got like random clay toys and things that have been put together.
Does he have any inky?
He does not. There are no inky there.
Damn. All right. I'll play with some of his toys, but then I'll not buy anything.
Okay, so after a while, just like sitting around and fiddling with the things that are at his counter, he looks at you in such a way that's like, are you going to buy anything? At which point, locking eyes with him, you shrug and just like walk away. And he's left there just being like, all right, well, that's cool. You've handled all of my stuff and then walked away. You see him hastily behind you, rearranging things back to where they were. But otherwise, he doesn't call out or anything like that. On the way back to the inn when you arrive, you do find that the sweet rolls that you put out have been nibbled on by something. And when you go back inside of your room, some of your spare clothing, it smells as though it's been cleaned or like washed or something like that, and it's been laid out rather nicely. But that's it.
Fantastic. All right, well, that shit seems to work as planned. The last thing I wanted to do was inside the cave, we found those 3 pages, those 3 letters. Mm-hmm. And we did some rolls at that time, and they were really good. I think we had rolls of like 24 and 25, whatever. But you said that it was just, sort of like you thought that there might have been some deeper meaning to what was in these letters. But it would take some more studying to try to figure it out. So I wanted to try to figure it out.
Give me 2 flat. Is there like a logic roll? Let me take a look real fast. See if there's anything like logic
probably
or
investigation to join the dots together. Really, it's about the only thing there that's similar to that.
Give me 2 investigation checks, because I think Dax got 2 medicine checks, so...
Yeah, for each day.
18 and...
An 18?
6.
An 18 and a 6.
It was a natural 1 as well.
It was. So on the first day, you make really, really good progress. You start to notice that the marks and the geometric structures, they appear to be pointing out certain words in the paragraphs, and they kind of bounce off of each other and refract in different directions. And on the first day, you definitely can tell that there's some kind of deeper meaning here, 100%. Whereas before, you were kind of sure you were seeing something. With the way it's lining up right now, it seems to be indicating that some words are like false flag. It seems to be indicating that some words are the truth and some words are not the truth, although you haven't figured out exactly which is which yet. But from what you can tell, it's a complex coding system that points out that some of the words and some of the sentences are false, and some of them are true, some of them are false flags, and some of them are actually indicating what they mean to indicate. However, on the second day, you're really having trouble with it, and you end up tearing some of the pages and causing damage to some of the ink while you're using the string to kind of reference in between. You just crumple them up and mess them up, and unfortunately that will impede your investigation a little bit further because you've messed up the pure nature of the code, which has been snipped into the sides of the pages.
Damn, can I just channel like my inner Alan Turing or something? Like, holy shit, where's this insight going to come from? All right, well, I hopefully don't set anything on fire, well, except in Mormon's room, and that's it for me.
Cool. Mormon, after helping Dax out with the dart, you spend several days, and in fact, just for RP flavor, go ahead and whatever your spellcasting stat is, give me 2 of those.
That's my... I think it's my wisdom?
Intelligence.
Oh, okay. You
You're
say 2 of
basically
those?
a wizard light.
Yes.
Number 1. Number 2. 12.
12 and 12. Like everything else with Mormon, it always seems to be standardized around
Am I
12s.
there helping you? Because I did say I was helping you in the evening.
Sure, you can go ahead and give him some help if you wanted to.
Each evening, then I would be inspiring you, since I
Sure.
get through those a day. So
Go ahead and
So
add a
D-
d6.
Alright, to both of them?
Yes. So we've got a 16? Or,
A 17.
Yeah, 16 and a 17. You make really, really good progress. In fact, you take to this like a fish in water. I mean, it helps that the book is written in no uncertain terms for like a younger wizard. This appears to be a book that is for an apprentice caster. The way that they word things is meant to be descriptive enough so that a younger mind will understand it. And given that
My
you
first
are...
spellbook.
Yeah, exactly.
as
It's
he
not
says that,
written
I
in,
minor
like, a
illusion the
patronizing
cover
way.
to say baby's first spellbook, and it's got a picture of a baby with like a pointy wizard's hat and like a little wand, and sparks come out of it.
Does it have pop-up images of dragons? and
Yes,
stuff?
as he goes through
No,
the book,
it
I minor
doesn't.
illusion pop-ups related
It's
to each
kind of
page.
like-
They're thematic.
The corollary that I would draw is it's kind of like a middle school science book where like they aren't hitting it super hard. It's there to get you interested and like show you that like, hey, you can do cool stuff with magic if you apply yourself. And you make really, really good progress. Your 2 days go fantastically well, especially with Dax kind of smoothing out the finer points. Like every now and again when you get stuck on one of the particular hand gestures or on the verbal components, Dax fleshes that out really, really quickly for you. And so you actually avoid getting stuck for any reasonable amount of time, and you just fly through it. And by the end of your couple days, you've basically worked your way through the entire book, and you're feeling really, really confident about your ability to do basic wizard stuff.
Awesome.
Nsan, during your 2 days, you get a letter back from the blacksmith. You had mentioned last week that you had sent out a letter. You receive one in kind. It has just scribbled in it. It says, "Meet me tonight, my house." And that's all that it says on the scrap of paper that was sent out. Mormon, was there anything else you wanted to do? I'm sorry, I skipped over.
I'm just wondering how many, like, does that unlock like all my spells, or is it going to be like a couple to start with?
You have caught on well enough to use all the spells that you have available to you right now. Absolutely.
Nice. Is everything? Oh, actually, when Dax starts trying to cast stuff on the book, I threaten I'll hit him with it. He
Okay.
keeps messing with it.
You make your intent known that he's going to get smacked if he doesn't stop doing the things that he's doing.
He probably doesn't stop.
Okay,
but...
then as I go out the door, then I go, very well, very well. Just before I go, there isn't any like jars of salty water around or anything.
No, not unless you go down to actually the docks and get one.
Very well. Mom, by the way, that book's looking really delicious. Eat.
Does that work?
Yep.
Give me your save like you did previously. Man,
You
Was it
can't
a
eat it in a
rolling
round.
wisdom
Like you
save,
would
isn't
try.
it?
You would try for
Yeah.
6 seconds and then you'd stop because it only lasted a round.
He's gonna hate you. Eventually, you're gonna be
No.
in some really precarious
I'm out the
position.
door though. I'm out the door.
as he says it, you're just like, no, I'm not gonna do that. And you wonder curiously why he did it, except for the fact that now that you've been studying a magic book, you realize that as he was saying it, he was gesticulating, and you're just like, oh, you son of a bitch. Like,
I go to throw the book, but I value it too much, so I just
yeah.
I let him go. Slam the door shut once as he's
There's going to be a
leaving.
moment where he literally is falling off a cliff, and the first person, like, I roll terribly on my initiative and everything, and Mormon's the one who grabs him, and everyone else grabs Mormon's ankles. They can't see what's happening. Mormon is half off a cliff, and Dax is there, pull me up, and Mormon just stares at him and lets go.
Yeah,
No.
it's gonna
And
happen.
then Mormon
Is
gets
it-
pulled up, and he's like, he slipped. I tried.
Alas.
I stare at him and go, drop.
Long live
Yeah.
the king.
If
Although I
that
think he gets
happens, I
advantage if it's
literally won't be
suicidal.
surprised at all. At all.
But see, it's not going to be a cliff. It's going to be the bathroom again, right? He's going to be in the toilet again.
That way it's not
Every
fatal
time-
and you just fall headfirst into shit again.
Give a
That's what all
gentle
this is
kick.
about.
Man.
He's been the party lightning rod for the entire campaign, and now he's trying to turn it into Mormon to make himself feel better. So that takes us to Nsan. You received the letter. What did you want to do with your few days?
When do I receive it? Like early or towards the end of the...
On the morning after the festivities that took place in the tavern.
Okay, well, I spend my day as I've been spending, I kind of go wander and I just browse the markets for part of it and just kind of go and just wander around. And I spend part of it in my room just meditating. But then come the evening, I slip away, or rather I just don't come back from going off and wandering around the markets and instead make my way over to the blacksmith's place.
Sure. As you arrive at his home, you realize that for the first time the windows appear to be lit. It actually looks inhabited, which it
Okay.
didn't the last time that you were here. It looked like nobody had ever gone in there. Because there's a conversation that may become lengthy right here. This is the spot where I'm going to posit that we should take our little 10-minute break. Give the audience a little bit of time to go get a snack, get a smoke in, go get another beer or a drink or whatever it is that you're doing. That'll also give us a chance to take bio breaks and do our thing before we come back in on a conversation between the blacksmith, Halsgard, and Nsan, who received a letter inviting him back to his home concerning the spear, I guess? Who knows why he summoned you, but he appeared to recognize it last time, and so hopefully we'll find out. If you have the chance, go ahead and take a look at the Patreon. That's the place where you can support us as entertainers here on the internet. It gives you a cool opportunity to get bonus VODs and other things. Helps us stay in business as well, because this is a very, very time-consuming process for all of us. I mean, especially for the GMs on EE's end and mine. We spend a lot of time, putting all this stuff together to entertain everybody. But up until then, we'll see you around, 8 to 10 minutes. All right, everybody? See you later.
I just want to note that we are very close to cosplay.
We may or may not have hit
Could
it. We
happen.
need to wait for it to go through properly, but we may or may not have hit it again. So,
You thought we hit it last time.
yeah, it was so close last time. We'll see what happens this time. Hopefully we'll hit it.
everybody, welcome on back to Roll4It D&D, where
Well done,
you
all
and
of
your
you
favorite...
who did not worship the false idol of the holy dice. You kept yourselves pure for the holy USB sound. You are to be commended. All the rest of you, you're going to be fed molten gold. Sorry, it's just the way it goes.
Apparently,
All hail
EE's
the
getting
USB.
schnackered right now. That's EE's goal for the night. EE's like, we're going to tear it up. It's pouring out that... What was that? Was that whiskey? What is that?
Amaretto.
Ah, I see. See, I always go to the liquor
That
store
was
and I'm
fun.
like, I could buy a big jar of liquor, but then I'm just like, it's so expensive. I never end up doing it. Like if I buy like a bottle of rum, I just hate my wallet for the next couple days. It stings. It hurts.
Well, I'm not going to go through the entire bottle tonight.
See, I learned my lesson because I used to buy nice brandies, but then I would sit and I would drink them in the course of like 3 evenings. I would just nurse on brandy all night because I like to pretend that I'm classy. And then I'd be like, man, that was a lot of money for like 3/4 nights worth of just sipping nonstop.
I got like 2 bottles for Christmas because my parents think I'm an alcoholic. They're not wrong.
Well, I mean, on the plus side, at least you're English, so I would assume that alcoholism, like, over here in the U.S., people don't, like, drink cocktails in the evening or anything like that for the most part, and so people will be like, wow, you have a drinking problem, whereas in England, it feels like you guys are a lot more free-flowing about drinking, like, people are just like, oh, yeah, it's what we do, you know?
I mean, I guess our normal pastime is just to go to the pub, so...
Yeah, like, whereas, like, here, if you get home and you have, like, a drink in your hand, like, right after work, people are like, so, what's going on, man? Are you okay? Is everything all right?
If we came in from work and we literally went straight to the liquor cabinet and got like some like booze out, someone might ask, you know, is everything okay at work?
In Scotland, if you came home and didn't go straight for the liquor cabinet, someone would ask, is everything all right? Is it all too much for you at the moment? Do you need a hand? Let's sit
the
down and
opposite.
drink it out. Come on. Let's have a little
Let's drink it
chit-chat.
out like pals.
And then you get like Buckfast out, and then everyone passes out, right?
No, that's an
Fuck
England
fast.
thing. That is an England thing.
Well, they're passing out the Buckfast.
I'm gonna try it. When I come to England,
No,
I'm definitely
no.
some Buckfast.
Chat,
It's
you,
going to-
you have to prevent this from happening, chat. Only you can save Splat.
It's gonna be the downfall of at least one day. Like, we're gonna be in England for like maybe like a week or like 8 days. For me, I might as well be there for 6 days. One day is just gonna disappear into a bottle of Buckfast. Maybe even 2 days, I don't know. Apparently the shit goes hard. I need to find out. But welcome on back. We had actually taken the break right before Nsan was going over to talk to the miner, or I guess not the miner, the blacksmith. That's what it was. I need to find my sheet so that I can recall what his name was.
I thought he very angrily informed everyone who came to the door that he doesn't do that crap anymore.
That is true. He does not do that crap anymore. He was pretty assertive about that fact. But our friend Nsan had passed him a rather impassioned letter in between this stream and the last one that he had sent me in private, and caught this individual's notice.
And everyone else is like, oh, he's going to murder him. How little faith you have in me. Scallywags, a lot of you.
There's still time.
You still might have your nice conversation, and then you'll stab him with the spear.
It could still happen. There it is. God.
Not
I
to
have
say
so
it
many-
hasn't happened in the past, but I will say I'm trying to turn over a new leaf, okay, guys? I try not to do that stuff anymore.
The thing is, Nsan, it's not really you that's doing this behavior anymore. See, the spear hasn't tasted blood in a while. Spear's getting a little hungry.
You haven't seen
Spear's dead.
the trail of just like butchered animal carcasses outside the walls of the city for the last couple of days.
The spear wants you to kill its old master or whatever he is.
That's what happened to Bob. He was sitting on his fish pile, and Nsan just came by and swipe! Just took him out. Blood!
I imagine Nussel's gonna get to like the dwarf's house, and he's gonna be like, "I have to kill you, master." And the dwarf's gonna be standing there like on top of like the roof with like a big battle axe with the whole sort of intricate design, obviously like an upgraded version. He's like,
And it's going to be
"Nussan."
strings, it's going to be a battle base.
Yeah, totally. And it's gonna be like,
This is
"Nussan,
the
I
way
have
it
the
is.
high ground. Don't." Nussel's gonna jump in and then legs.
Cut in half, you're gonna throw him into a lava pit that
It's not that.
spontaneously
If I see
spawns
him
in
on
the
top, I
streets.
don't care what the spear is saying. Like, I want blood. You can stab the corpse afterward. I'm just going to firebomb the building while he's on top of it. I'm just going to wait. I'm
That's how you're-
bloodless, but I'm not stupid.
You're gonna
You were
burn down
supposed to-
Woodley.
Yes.
Well, apparently
wants
that's what Adavi's trying to do right now. He keeps lighting bits of paper on fire and shoving them under the door of a wooden building.
I'm
This
just
is how we're
wondering
gonna
how,
leave Woodley with it all just in ashes.
I'm just
Uh-huh.
hoping to instill
looking at
some
Dax.
sort of disconcern or some sort of insecurity in Mormon's handling of his own magic, just because he keeps finding little fires all over his room.
But he can see you shoving the paper on fire under the door, and then you're like, "Woo! Your magic went wrong." It's just you shoving paper under a door.
He didn't even roll perception.
Well, you didn't roll stealth either, so I mean, I guess we're just in some arbitrary land right now until it's sorted out. We come back to Nsan.
Yeah, can you just confirm the spelling of his name again for me?
The spelling of
the name on the family name on the blacksmith.
Yeah, it's Hagen Halsgard. So it's
it is Halsgard. Okay.
Yeah, Hjallsgard. He's a dwarf, so you got to put all kinds of J's in there that don't belong. It's part of it.
Okay. I'm just throwing a J for good measure because I want to
just
cheat
an extra
Scrabble.
J. All right, so you're standing out in front of the building. The lights do appear to be on. It's about 7:30, 8 o'clock. The crickets are just starting to chime on up. The fog is rolling in now that the sun's no longer holding it back. What do you want to do?
Well, having arrived, just want to state that I have bound the head of the spear in sort of a cloth.
Okay.
It's just the same sort of stuff you would normally do just to kind of sheathe the blade of the spear as you were carrying it around. But it is definitely bound as that at the moment. But the shaft is still clear. You know, he hasn't wrapped the entire thing up in canvas or anything like that. But looking around, looking at the lights and paying attention to the lights, as I was walking up, did I see any like shadows playing across the windows from the candles or anything like that?
From what you can tell, if the shadows are playing, it's not from any sort of movement inside. It's just from the movement of the flame itself.
Okay. In that case, I'm just going to step up to the door and I'm going to just rap on it.
Sure. Upon the sound of your fist hitting the heavy stone, or I'm sorry, not the heavy stone door, the heavy wooden door, it's gilded with iron across the front, sort of reinforced. It appears to be of pretty good craftsmanship. You bang on the door. It resists a little bit, given the fact that it feels like it has some weight. You hear a gruff voice from inside. Enter.
I do as bidden. I cautiously open the door first. I actually let it swing first so I can get a look inside before I actually step over the threshold.
Sure. As the door swings open, it lets out a loud protest. It sounds as if it hasn't been upkept or maintained as much as perhaps it might have needed to, given the weight of the door. The hinges squeak noisily. And looking inside the house, everything appears to be in fastidious order. Give me a perception check.
14.
Okay. With a 14, you actually open the door onto a hallway where there are some finely crafted tables with like random settings and kind of plants and things like that. There's little bits of pottery sitting on top of them. Everything appears to be in very, very good order. As you look down the hallway, the tapestries or perhaps like the bits of artwork that hang on the wall all appear to be very, very fine. But what you do notice is that they're fastidiously lined up with the corners. Everything is like geometrically perfectly arranged as far as you can tell. To your left, there's a dark room. You can't really see much inside of there. With your perception check, you can tell it might be a dining room of some kind. You think you see a table and chairs, but it's down the hallway, and you're only getting like a sliver on the left. On the right-hand side, you see another door. That's the one that all the light is coming from, and that's what's throwing the light through the window at the front of the house. At the end of the hallway, you see a stairwell that runs upwards, kind of spiral style. But to the right-hand side, you can see the silhouette of maybe a large chair sitting facing a fire in front of it or something like that. But more than that, you would have to walk into the room to look.
Okay. Well, I close the main door behind me, and then I wait for a few seconds, like a respectful pause, to see if he's going to call out to me again. But assuming that he doesn't, I actually walk towards the door with the light coming through and just, gently push it open again. But again, I wait without entering the room specifically, but I wait at the threshold.
You hear him mention, are you there?
I am. Master Halsgard?
Aye, that's me. I feel as though I owe you an apology. My temper is not at all times the best anymore. I've received your letter and you seem true-hearted enough from your words. So feel free to join me. You hear the sound of a chair sliding, actually. Wood on wood, kind of that grinding, groaning, Wookiee sound that chairs make when they slide across the floor. And you hear heavy footfalls of a muscled or perhaps heavy person standing up.
Okay. With that, then invited to enter, I do, and I. Is it obvious? Like, are there multiple chairs or?
Oh yes, as he slides the chair back, you can actually see that there are two large chairs, kind of in that old scholarly style, which stand up well above. If somebody's sitting in one, it would stand up behind their head quite far. And both of them appear to have been crafted from bear skins almost. The top of each chair is crested by the maw of a bear, with its body sort of draped over the sides and sewn into the leather of the chair. These are very, very high quality chairs that probably set somebody back a decent amount of money. There's two chairs in front of the fire, and now that he slid his backwards, they're both sort of facing each other. And you can see a dwarf standing with the fireplace behind him, almost a shadow in front of you. You can't really make out the features on the front of his face as he stands there. It's a little bit unnerving, but, I mean, it's probably just playing in the light.
I step in, given my history, the fact that he's positioned himself, that the light is strongest behind him, actually puts me a little bit on edge, because if you're attacked around a campfire or things like that, common strategy, put the fire behind you because it makes it harder for someone to focus on you as you're moving around. Keep the fire always at your back, so you've got the light is shining on them, but not from behind them. It doesn't cause you to squint. So, there's a little. I move forward with a bit of caution, but ultimately I kind of resolve to, step fully into the room and step over to him. Thank you for agreeing to see me. And I appreciate the apology, though I feel I owe you as much of one myself. As I mentioned in the letter, my temper has been strange lately.
He walks towards you as you enter the room, as you're saying this, but he kind of veers left to a small table along the side of the room underneath a large silver mirror, and you can hear the clinking of maybe glasses or some kind of glass sundry. He looks over his shoulder. Whiskey?
Thank you.
He pours 2 glasses and presents one to you. Looking down at the glass, you can see it's very, very fine crystal. And as you look about the room, you can tell almost everything here is dwarf-made. He's somewhat of a purist in that respect. He seems to have brought home with him. The inside of the house is not what you would expect from a human manor or like a human place of noble dwelling. It looks like a dwarvish home.
Given that, is the ceiling low for me, or is it actually a normal-sized room?
It's a normal-sized room. It looks as though it has been retrofitted for a dwarf to live there, but its initial intent was for a human to dwell there.
Okay. Looking around, do I see any signs of any indication that this home was not or wasn't initially occupied by one person?
Give me a perception
family
check.
Pictures, that sort of thing. Why is that not showing up? There we go. Perception. 22.
Very nice. As you're looking around the room, you do see the indications that perhaps someone else shared this home. There are the trappings of family heirlooms and things of that nature. You recall that dwarves themselves tend to keep. They're not much of painters, but they are sculptors. And so what dwarves will do is they're frequent fans of whittling and small artificing work when it comes to stone, and they will make the likenesses of their family members and whatnot out of small bits of marble or small bits of stone, so that whereas they're not prolific painters, they're just not good at it in general, they still have a way to preserve the image of family members and stuff like that and promote nostalgia. And you do see some objects like that lined up along the walls on shelves and things of that nature. However, what really strikes you is that given the fact that the house looked like it was meant for a human dwelling, as you're looking around, you're not entirely sure that this place was intended for him. You know that dwarves like to make places comfortable for themselves. And judging by the way the furniture is arrayed, everything just seems a little too large at the moment.
Right.
When it comes to the structure of the room, not the furniture necessarily. All the furniture is kind of dwarf-sized, making allowances for maybe human visitors at one time or another. But the way the eaves and the gables and the doorways and everything, the knobs just seem a little bit too high for a dwarf's comfort. The cabineting seems a little too high for a dwarf's comfort. The things that are installed inside the house that would take
Right.
effort to remove and replace seem as though they're not made for a dwarf, and just dwarf things have been stacked here and there and put on places to make do with the space.
Okay. I move and stand next to the chair that he wasn't occupying when I entered the room, with whiskey in hand, and I wait for him to seat before I seat myself.
He motions towards the chair across from him, and he starts to take a seat. And as he's settling down into the chair, the leather squeaks, and you hear him say, "I assume you have questions."
Many, yes. And as I'm sitting down, I actually take the spear off from behind myself. It's still sheathed effectively, but I kind of just prop it against the chair as I sit down.
Mhm.
It was evident to me that you saw something in this weapon I found in... I'm not even really sure what to call that place. Some of it seemed as if it was worked from stone the way a mine would be. Others seemed different.
He leans back in his chair and taking a sip of his drink. He looks to the spear and then back to you. I feel as though maybe you should start. You keep talking of a cavern or something of that kind. As though I'm to recognize it. What did you see in the place where you acquired that thing? He doesn't spit the word out, but he seems to hold some level of either reverence, respect, or fear for the object when he says it.
Okay.
Like, he clearly elicits some kind of emotion toward
Would
the
I be able
object.
to insight to try and see
Sure.
what emotion it is?
Absolutely.
I rolled a 26.
Wow.
It's fear not of the object itself, but perhaps of a context that the object was seen in. That's a very, very good roll, and so that's about the best I can give you.
Okay, no, that's brilliant. Okay, well, to expedite the process of the discussion, Nsan will more or less be fairly open. He won't go into any great detail on things that he doesn't need to talk about. But in terms of describing where he was, he'll be fairly forthcoming. It was deep underground. His best estimate, whatever that might be, based on anything, but effectively, for all he can say, I was running for a long time and I was going down a slope for a long time. I ended up down there, and it took me a long time to come back up along a different way. Describing the general rooms there. I'm going to describe the forge in some detail. I'm going to describe the shrine in as much detail as I really got, but I was only really in there, and it was quite a flurry of activity. I will describe the creeping stuff on the walls as well.
Okay.
I will mention that it seemed that whatever this place was, it looked half built for men and people, and half made for and by monsters. There were tables, there were sconces on some parts, there was even a latrine. There were people who seemed to have been captured and slain. There were prisons, there were tools, there were clothing, there were gems, all things gathered and that seemed odd for the creatures that inhabited it.
After listening to your appraisal, he leans forward in his chair with his elbows on his knees and finishing his drink, which he's been nursing on the entire time you've been talking. He, almost in a whisper, I've seen that which you speak of on the walls of the cave. Many months ago. I didn't used to live here in town. I used to make my residence at the Deep Brow Mine in the Croftwood. It's an iron mine that I ran with my best friend, Deep Brow. A number of us came from the mainland long, long ago, 70, 60 years, and found the deposit of iron and have worked the soil there with some level of success. But strange things started happening 3 or 4 months ago, which led to my moving back here into Woodley. We would go down into the mines, me and my brothers, and the tunnels would be moved. Things that we knew were there before. I'm a dwarf. We're no stranger to the underneath. We're no stranger to the depths. A dwarf knows his passages that he's carved with his own hands, and yet, in the course of an evening, we would go back the next morning to resume our work, and a tunnel which we had dug the night before would be offset and moved to another spot. Another tunnel which we had dug would be closed completely. A new one there, diving at a steeper grade into the earth, and now and then we would find that which you described, those strange red tendrils. We were worried by it, but stranger things have happened on the island and in the Croftwood, and so we assumed that it was some quirk of the island that we as a people have yet to deal with. There's nothing below the soil that a dwarf can't solve and master. That's our domain. But there was no taming whatever that was. Miners started to go missing, stolen from their bunks in the evening. One by one, my family and friends picked off as they worked, just vanished, gone, no blood, no trace, no anything. Just dragged into the deeps. After a while, there was only a few of us left, and so we resolved to, put together an expedition to strike at the heart of whatever it might be. There were 7 or 8 of us left at that point, all experienced miners and tunnel fighters. We thought that with 8 of us, 9 of us, what could stop us? And so down we went into the dark. The only ones to return were myself and Deep Brow. I lost my wife down there as well. I mean, everyone that came to the island with me, all gone.
As he mentions that, I do cast my eyes across the trinkets and little carvings about the place that you mentioned. It seemed to be dwarven knickknacks of a sort for remembrance, that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm. He continues, on finding that only Deep Brow and I were left. He and I are blood brothers, but I quit myself of that place. As far as I know, he still lives in a small house out alongside the excavation. He doesn't really come back to Woodley very often anymore, though, and I don't go back out there. Some places are just cursed. He spits on the floor as he says it, almost as though he's uttered an ill omen. The spear you carry with you belonged to my wife. It was a wedding gift from the old country.
Your wife?
Morasha. She worked the mines with us down there. In fact, it was she that we went there initially to harvest iron and turn it into steel for tools for the farmers and everyone else around here. Everyone has need of good dwarven crafts. We struck a alabaster vein down below the surface, and that's when things started to go wrong. They took my wife during the expedition. She was one of the 8 that was left. We were down in the mines, and we decided to make camp for the evening, and in the night they took her, and they also took Tolly, another friend of mine. Just disappeared into the night without a sound, never saw them again. Took a few of the dogs as well. We took down with us several of our hounds. I don't really know what she had the spear with her when she was taken. You said you found it near a forge?
Yes, truth be told, it was singular in its appearance. The rest of the weapons, there were a few that appeared to have been gathered, but the majority were made by those creatures. It doesn't surprise me that it was an iron mine, though. The metal they were working either came out of the ground cursed or was cursed somehow through their forging. I noticed they quenched it in some sort of blood. And I know that blood is magical in some sense. Perhaps that's where it picked up whatever wretched quality it had, but holding any of the other weapons, their weapons, created a sense of ill ease, unlike anything I could really explain.
He turns and, looking at the floor for a moment before looking at the fire, I don't know anything about that. I never saw the creatures. They came and went more rapidly than we could follow them. I mean, it helps that we weren't expecting them. We've operated the mine for decades. and there's been no accident, no cause for alarm. There's been minor incidents, but that was mostly due to, well, we shared the mine with another set of creatures. They're amicable enough. They would help us claw our corridors and whatnot, but they were never the issue. But by the time we caught wind of the way things were going in the mine, half of us were gone, and the other half were in the process of being taken and/or killed. But we never saw who did it. They destroyed our expedition without us ever even laying eyes on them, leaving me and Ollie to come back up to the surface with nothing. A retreat was the only course of action we could have taken. I could tell you this, though, that spear, it was not forged beneath the earth. Not by those things or whatever you're describing. Perhaps if the spear was down there, for a moment you hear a tone of hope take over in his voice, but he seems to quash it quickly. But no.
I cannot say that I explored every part of that complex. I'm sure I did not. There were some places that were too infested, too... I'm not fearful, and I can hold my stomach better than many of my companions, but there are some places, fearful or not, you would be foolish to go. But I did not see a lady dwarf down there, dead or not. It could be that there was another part to the complex. I couldn't say.
He seems to accept this, and with kind of a solemn nod, he stands up and goes back over to the table where presumably he keeps the liquor, and you hear the sounds of him refilling a glass. As he sits down, he looks at you for a moment as though scanning your face. Well, thank you for the news. You're welcome to keep the spear. Having it here would... He looks at it over your shoulder. It reminds me of scenery and times I'd rather not think about ever again. If you make the decision to go out to the Deep Brow excavation, by all means, take the time to stop by and let me know. I feel as though it's been too long since I've spoken with Ollie, and I don't even know if he's still out there. Those creatures had no qualms about coming above the surface to take our workers and our men, so it's possible that that's why I've not heard from him, but...
Did he happen to have a Deep Brow? Was he a smith, as you were? Would he have had a tool of... a set of tools? I must confess, I have no particular eye for the nuances and subtle differences of dwarven make tools, but they seem of an exquisite make.
At you saying that, he says, so you found tools then?
Yes, I thought I mentioned earlier that there were many things scattered around, gems, gold, tools, clothing, many parchments. It seemed to our eyes as just, to be quite honest, items that had been stripped from the dead that they had taken.
He pauses for a moment. Do you have the tools with you? Do you recall? During the conflict with whatever was down beneath the surface, things would go missing as well. All of them with utility. It seems to match up with what you're saying. I've not practiced my work in quite some time because my set of tools, made back in my homeland, also as a wedding gift from my father, they were taken. It broke my heart too severely to keep working, and it's one of the reasons why my forge runs cold these days.
I don't have them with me, but my party did bring them to the surface. There is a dwarf among us, and he recognized them as being, again, of quite a fine make. It's the only reason that I, truth be told, realize that they are as good as they are. He has an eye for these things. They're with him at the moment. I'm sure I could ask him to bring them here. if for nothing else, so you can confirm whether they were yours or just tools of another.
He nods. He's certainly. I would love to see them again. They carry tremendous nostalgic value from my family. They're heirlooms of a kind that can't be recreated. You said you traveled with a dwarf.
Yes.
What's his surname?
We have said no beard so often, I actually can't remember what Mormon's surname is. It's
Stoneweaver.
Just call him No
isn't it?
Beard. Call him No Beard.
It is Stoneweaver, isn't it?
Stoneweaver.
Yeah. Stoneweaver.
He leans back in his chair and rubbing his chin. He's like, dwarves have I don't know how much time you spent, but we've got a bit of a categorical knowledge of the families who comprise our people. Stoneweaver's a good name. As I recall from the old country, masons. They could work marble like no other, if I remember correctly. Although
He
it's
has
been
got
some
an eye
time.
for stone, yes.
By all means, if you have the tools or he has the tools, you would be doing me a great service by returning them to my family. It would be a favor I'd not lightly forget.
Certainly, I would. It'd be all right if I visit again tomorrow, in the morning, perhaps.
He stands up and he nods. He's, certainly. Whenever you come by, I don't get out much, so if you knock on the door, I'll be here.
Okay. Well, as he stands up, I stand up myself, and I grasp at the spear that you mentioned that this was not forged below. Evident enough. It was forged by your people, then?
He shakes his head. No, a friend. One of the only friends I ever had who was elvish was in attendance at my wedding. He had visited from somewhere out in, Ikkyo, I believe, was where he was living. He came out and visited, though, to learn the finer points of dwarven smithing, which your lot don't live that long, but when you live as long as a dwarf does, you tend to accumulate friends all over the world just by nature of your long-lived nature. And using the things I had taught him, he had made that and offered it to my wife as a wedding gift. And then I don't think I ever heard from him again. I assume he went back home, and you know how the years go by and you just lose contact, especially when you come to an island where there's not really the big circulation of news very frequently.
I know. Thank you. As you can imagine from my letter, I am interested in knowing where this spear came from. It seems as though it might have a history. And
He holds out a hand. He says, "May I?"
I hesitate for a moment, but then offer it forward.
Sure. As the spear leaves your hand and enters his, make me a...
Murder check.
See, I thought as soon as he could you give it to me for a minute? You'd be like, sure, and you just stab it into his belly. There we go.
Give me a... Let's go with a wisdom check. Just a flat wisdom check real fast. You can do a wisdom save if you want to, actually, because this would be a bit defensive as well, so that would work.
Okay.
He takes the spear in his hands, and you see him for a moment look at it.
Pretty low. I got an 8.
Okay. As the spear leaves your hand, a feeling washes over you where you do not like being separated from this object. It's not enough to make you reach out and grab for it or try to take it back, but as you're sitting there watching him with the spear in his hands, there's a slight feeling of jealousy, almost, that washes over you. As he's working the spear in his hands and rolling it around, you ever get the feeling that you look at something that should be so familiar, but it feels so foreign to you? It's a very, very strange feeling. He moves it around in his hands. If there's any power over him, if you want to give me an insight check, in fact.
Okay. 27. Natural 20.
Whoa.
Very nice.
Huh.
Very, very nice. If the spear has any effect on him, it's not showing. In fact, it's almost as though he's rolling a mundane object around in his hands. It doesn't seem to be attacking him or causing the same emotion from him that it causes in you. That was a very, very nice roll.
Okay.
He stands it up on an end and leans it back towards you as though waiting for you to take it.
The moment it's offered to me, I take it back, and there's a certain visible relief. Like I release a breath I hadn't quite realized I was holding, and then I drain the rest of my glass.
When he sees you grab the spear and take it back quickly, there's a look of knowing in his eye for just a moment, but then he seems to release it and just kind of, not shakes his head, but it seems as though whatever thought he was having for a moment looking into your eyes as you took back the spear, he's dismissing it. He looks at you and he says, well, take care of it. It was a precious object to my wife, and whereas I don't want it inside of my eye line, I feel at least a little bit better that perhaps it'll be used to its intended function in the hands of another. If you see those creatures, kill as many of them with it as you can. It would be the only way to do honor by it.
I will. Thank you. Thank you.
You're quite welcome.
For answering all of my questions, and I'll be back tomorrow, hopefully, with my friend Moment.
He nods, and for the first time as the fire dances across his face, you see tremendous lines dug in. He seems very, very aged right now in the final moments of your conversation, kind of with the quiet popping of the fire going on. He motions towards the door, and he's, I'll excuse myself. I think I'm a bit tired for the evening, and sets back towards his chair.
Thank you again, Master Halsgard, and with that, I leave.
Sure. As you close the door behind you, you hear the heavy sound of him sinking back into his chair, and with that, you're back out into the night air. It's roughly, you've been talking for about an hour and a half with all the relaying of stories. It's about 9 o'clock, 9:30ish. And was that the only thing you wanted to do with your few days?
Yeah, that was the main thing.
Okay.
Given that this happened fairly early in the time frame, during one of the nights, just regular revelry, Dax will be off helping Mary Shelby. Adabi will probably be stuffing his face full of food.
Is it nighttime, you said? Evening?
Yes, of the
Moment.
first day.
Yeah. And there's several days, aren't there?
Yes, 2 days after
yeah.
this one.
If it was evening, then I'd be with Moment.
Oh, yeah. So, Dax is off with Mary Shelby. Adavi, I forget what he was doing, probably in the markets at this point. And I'll just go and see with Moment. Was Moment spending his days studying as well as the nights?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah?
He really wants to learn magic so he doesn't get murdered by evil dogs.
Well, the next morning, since that's when I said I would see Moment, I come and knock on his door. Just wait for a quiet time, basically.
I answer it. Oh, I know, son.
Kind of peering over his shoulder at what he's doing. Moment, do you still have those tools we found in the mine?
I do, yeah. Got them over here, and I go over to a.
Would you mind if I look at them for a moment?
Yeah, sure. And I hand them to him.
Do I see any insignia on them or anything like that?
Arcana check, please. Actually, do an investigation check. That works.
Okay.
Well, anyways, he looks over them. I mention they're from the Halsgard family. Wasn't aware they'd come to the island.
I get a 16.
Cool. You verify what he says. There appears to be the insignia of a craftsman's mark, and based on the name Halsgard, it seems to mostly line up with what you would expect.
Well, as it happens, I believe I met the owner of these tools last night. A dwarven smith lives at the north part of town.
Huh, I assumed that they must have all been killed in the mine. That's good
Not
news,
this
though.
one. I was speaking to him about certain matters. The trip came up. What we found down there came up. I mentioned that we found tools, and he from what I understand, had lost his tools. This is something that the markets people had mentioned a few times, the various merchants. I believe these may be his. He expressed some keen interest in seeing them again, if only to verify whether they were his or not. Apparently, a wedding gift. I imagine they have some sort of significance to your people. You said something about them being particularly finely made.
Mentioning that he wants them back. There's a momentary like twinkle in Mormon's eye, but it's slightly tempered by the mention that it's like a wedding gift and stuff, because he does have a respect for those traditions.
I said that I would. I actually mentioned you. He seemed to recognize your family name. I mentioned that there was a dwarf amongst my traveling companions, and that the tools were with you. I hope you don't mind, but I said that perhaps we could visit him. He seemed quite eager to see their return, if in fact these are his. I look again at the mark, the Hallsguard mark on them.
Definitely looks like it.
Would you like to come with me? Would you bring them? Would you be willing?
Oh, of course.
Okay.
Be nice to see another dwarf for once. I've not seen a single one since I've arrived on this island.
He's
We're not the most
shiny so hard.
We're not the sort to take risks sometimes. Coming this far out of our way.
Very well.
And
okay.
Ready to set off.
Okay. Well, seeing that he's ready, would we be able to go and visit Master Hallsguard?
Sure. Did you want to alert any other party members, or do you just want to go with the two of you?
Is Adavi around?
I'm in my room.
Oh, you're in your room, are you?
Sure.
You're not outside my door pushing burning paper under it or anything.
I may be outside your door pushing burning things under it, yes. But I only do that when you're alone, though.
I actually seem as if I'm thinking, oh, maybe I should... No, I shouldn't invite Adavi, actually. And then we leave.
Okay, so you head back to the house. You arrive without incident. It's probably 11 in the morning, 10:30 in the morning, the cool sea air coming from off the coast. Do you knock?
Yes.
Upon banging on the door, this time around it seems as though there's a delay, but after a minute or two you hear the sounds of movement inside the house, and you hear the heavy footsteps from inside coming down, presumably the stairs. It sounds like they're coming from a higher altitude down to a lower altitude as they walk. But the door creaks open, and Hallsguard looks around the frame and goes, Nsan. Good. And then, looking over your shoulder, he looks at Mormon and he goes, another dwarf. I'm sorry if I seem a little taken aback, but our people don't come to the island very often, and I had thought that all of our kind were dead here. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. He actually reaches past Nsan, kind of forgetting about Nsan for a second. Like, this seems like it might be a big deal for one dwarf to meet another one in a place like this. They are a nostalgic people, after all. He extends a massive hand out.
I reach out and say, it's good to finally see a friendly face.
As he shakes your hand, you take note of the fact that this man has a powerful grip, like a ridiculously powerful grip. It feels as though he's actually crushing your hand without even meaning to or realizing it. Just he seems like he's mightier than his mannerisms would let on.
He's not going for like the deliberate handshake crush.
No, there's no intent here at all. Like, he's not trying to intimidate you or anything. He's just like far more powerful than he thinks he is for daily interactions, basically.
Was a guy like that in my judo class. He was a builder. And like he was an old builder. He was like 70, and holy crap. If I had a body like that when I was 20, I would have thought, yeah, I am the shit. But like, he'd spent his entire life just moving bricks. The guy could probably crush a car in his handshake. I can't even...
It's those work muscles. Work muscles are different from gym muscles. They really sincerely are. Work muscles really are crazy.
Wow.
He releases your hand and drops back down, and he's like, so, the tools, I would love to look at them. Do you have them? And he motions, actually, he walks out the front door. It looks for a moment like you expect him to invite you inside, but he walks down the steps in front of you, and motioning over to his smithy area, he's like, please, come, we'll set them out here in the sunlight.
I
yes, of course,
suggest
and
a moment to take the lead, and for the time being, I just kind of take the back seat in this discussion. I'm just basically there.
I follow him over. I've got like the tools wrapped in some cloth. Try to not like have them, I don't know, scratching each other too much. I'm trying to make it look like I'm taking care of them.
Sure. As the cloth unfolds, you see his eyes just start to glow. And Nsan, you notice that every time you've talked to him, it's been dark or it's been by firelight. This is the first time you see color rush to his face. Like, for this, one of the first times he actually seems alive again for a moment when he lays eyes on these tools. And reaching down, he takes up one of the smithing hammers and running his thumb down the side of it and over and across the back where there's a griffin. So there's the face of the hammer in gold. And along the back of that, there's a griffin perched on the back side, clutching the head of the hammer in its claws. Very, very finely crafted. The workmanship in gold is incredible, although it seems to have been alloyed in some way. Otherwise, you would assume, Mormon especially, that it wouldn't be that useful for working steel or metal. He slowly works his thumb across just the intricacies of the crafting, the craftsmanship, and then stopping for a moment, looking at the mark of his family. He sits it down almost reverently with both hands, and he claps you on the shoulder, Mormon. He says, "Oh, you've done good, Youngbeard. You've done very, very well. I never thought I'd lay eyes on these ever again."
We just found them in the cavern. I assume that Nsan has filled you in on most of it. It was just laying on a table.
Was there dust on them? Do you? How long had they been there? Oh, you
What do I
recall that they
remember of
were covered in dust. They seem like they've been sitting there for a very, very long time.
It looked like they weren't being used. They'd just been put there.
These creatures apparently have no eye for craftsmanship. I don't expect you to know what you've done for my family here today. Now he looks to the side and spits into the dirt. Not in like a disrespectful or like the way that he spit on the floor when he uttered the curse. This seems almost like the spit that like a workman would do just as he's like going about his business. Maybe an old tick from having the tool in his hand again.
So not a reverent kind of spit, not like Fremen, giving
exactly.
water. Yeah, okay.
He looks at you and he goes, "This goes back in my family a long, long, long ways. My grandfather's grandfathers received these tools as a gift from some member of nobility for some great deed done."
I look upon them with a renewed reverence. Like, oh crap, this is really... I should have just been keeping them in a drawer.
Yeah, he catches that look in your eye, and he gives you kind of a knowing nod, just kind of a tip of his head. A smile from an older dwarf who's seen some things is obviously a gift in and of itself to a younger dwarf. But
I'm fascinated by this. I'm just watching this exchange between the dwarves like it's some sort of Attenborough documentary.
Yeah, what you've done is not only a gift to my family, it's a gift to your people, to our people. We can't afford to lose tools like these. He picks one of them up and holding it up to the sunlight, rotates it. I feel a fire within my belly again. I'd love to set back to work now that I've seen them. Enough time for lounging. I've sat trapped up in that house for so long, languishing over what I'd lost. Now that I've received it back, I almost don't know what to do with myself, but he slams you on the shoulder, and it knocks you to the side slightly from his might, but he goes, "You did well, Youngbeard. You did very, very well. You've done your people a tribute today. Is there anything you desire? What can I do to repay you?"
Well, there's a moment of like, oh, the possibilities. And so thinking, well, we're trying to fight what's down there. We could do with some good weapons and armor for it. This stuff, and I like pick at my chainmail. It's not the best of qualities. I'm afraid my family's not particularly good in that area.
He looks at it, and he says, "Well then, when next we meet, come back. Give me a week's time. I'll see what I can put together. I've got a heart to hear the fire roar in the forge again." He looks over at a forge which has been sitting there for some time and in fact has accumulated like refuse. It looks like it's been rained on and everything. Like the material that's inside of it does not look as though it's been well maintained. It's just been left to sit since the last time that it went out. He looks over to you, Nsan, and he's like, Is there anything your group needs that I can help with the forging of? Or any knowledge that I have that could point you in the right direction? I'm of limited means, but if it's in my power to grant, I'll try.
Well, as my companion here has mentioned, well, not I. My companions may have need of arms and armor, but you mentioned knowledge. I will confer with my colleagues. There may be, in some time, we might have need of someone who has a particular knowledge of crafts and of older techniques and sigils and the like, that perhaps I could come back and might have some questions for you at some point.
He nods. Look, it's done. And remember what I told you. If you go back to Deep Brow's place, please,
Of course.
let me know. I'll act as a guide. I would love to accompany you there. It seems
Certainly.
like the least I can do, given what you've done for me.
Very well, thank you very much. I have a small companion, a goblin. He may have particular need of armament. Would it be all right? He has something of a nasally voice. It can grate at times, but he is a good sort. Would it be all right if I told him to visit your smithy at some point?
He nods. As long as he's not too much trouble, he's welcome here, certainly.
He probably knows me because I've actually been there before.
That's true. You're the one that got the buckler.
Yeah.
I'll be certain to have him on his best behavior. Thank you again, Master Hallsguard, and I'm glad we were able to reunite you with your tools.
As am I. Thank you. I don't know how I'm going to repay you, but I'll do my best. He nods, and he stands there with his hands on his hips, sort of looking at what's left of his workspace since the last time he was out there. And without missing a beat, you see him go back to sort of rearrange things that are on tables, rubbing his chin as though he's taking inventory of what he needs to get started again.
As I see him moving away, I look to Mormond, and I start to turn, but then I pause. Master Hallsguard, if you are to return to your craft, I know that the town guard are in need of good arms and armor. They have been fighting these creatures as we have been.
He turns at hearing this. Have they?
Indeed.
They've attacked the town.
The farmsteads north of the town, yes, they came out of the ground. To what end, I do not know, but there were enough of them that it took several guards and Ibn Turab to turn it aside. We came upon the battle midway through and did what we could to help.
His brow furrows for a moment. He's like, that is concerning. I had thought that they were confined to the Croftwood.
No, I do not believe so. In fact, I would not be surprised if they become more of a menace to this town over the coming days. From what we saw, there is movement amongst those creatures, a purpose.
When we went down there, we may have disturbed the nest a little.
I do not believe that we disturbed them. I think they had plans. We simply happened upon them.
His eyes bounce in between the two of you as you're having that discussion. And after a moment, he settles. Well, in any case, there's work to be done. I'll speak with the town guard and the magistrate and see what can be done to help outfit the guard. I'm sure they have need of repairs. There's not another smith around here worth his salt for, easily Ballard's Cross is the next you'll find anyone who even approaches my level of skill, and even then, they've yet to come up the side of the mountain in that regard. So I'll see how I can apply myself.
Thank you. I have little need for armor or, indeed, weapons, as you know. Any help you can offer to the guards would more than repay any debt you believe you owe to me.
He nods and he says, "Well, then take it at my word that by a few days' time, this area would be filled with the clanging of repairs."
I nodded that and turned a moment and then looked back to him. Then we'll leave you to your craft.
He nods and waves and he goes, "Thank you again. I look forward to working with you."
And with that, I turn to leave.
Okay.
As we're walking back, or even as we're walking away, just softly, just looking to it to moment. Young beard.
Shut up.
That was it. He said, "Shut up. I hate you."
So at the end of a couple days' time, you've all done the task that you've declared up until now. And having done the research with Mary Shelby and gotten as far as you can get with that, working on your spell books, Davi eating lots of food, and generally walking around and gathering information, you find yourselves on the morning of the third day, after you started all this, in the tavern. You know that at this point, I think you had told Adborough that you were going to head off into the forest.
Yeah, actually two questions. Firstly, I asked if it would be possible, I was pushing my luck, to get a pearl for our journeys on the guard for a spell component. Would that be possible? Did they say no? I assume they said no.
I think that was a no.
Okay, cool. And Avak, did you tell me to go talk to the dwarf? Because you told the dwarf that I'd be coming.
Yeah. I was going to say, but I didn't want to interrupt the span there.
Yeah.
At the next, probably we all meet up in the evening, have a few drinks, and eat together, sort of thing. And at that point, I imagine Moment, or at the very least, Norton would have appraised the group of the goings on with Master Hallsguard, and would have made particular mention to Dax that I had mentioned to him that you, in particular, may have want of arms or armor. And I do pass on that he had basically said, "Look, give me a week to get things in order." But I basically say you might want to visit him in a week's time, and if you have any particular need for equipment, that would be the person to talk to. He seems quite indebted to the group, and we seem to be in his good favor at the moment.
Okay. In which case, I pop along, and for expediency's sake, I just have a short conversation where I explain what I saw down there from my point of view as a slightly religious person, and how evil the things are, and etc. And I say that, I'll pray for his dead wife.
Sure.
In terms of what ideally I'd want from him, if at some point I happen to come into Mithril, it'd be great if he could make me some awesome Mithril badass heavy armor. But for now, I don't know, is breastplate too much out of the question?
No, if you want to mention what you want him to make, there's a chance that he might surprise each of the people in the party because, dwarves don't get commanded. They do things in their own way, to their own whims and their own obsessions. But if you wanted to mention...
If I happen to come across Mithril, would you just...
Yeah. If I happen to come across the best armor in the game, forge it up for me,
Mithril isn't the best armor, actually. Mithril is just, it doesn't take a strength penalty to wear it. No, it doesn't add any AC bonus. It just means if it's a heavy armor, you don't need the strength to carry it. You still need the proficiency in heavy armor. It just means that weak creatures like my person can wear heavy armor. It doesn't add any bonuses or anything. There's a lot better armor. But yeah, no, ideally I'd be looking for a breastplate for short term. Long term, I'd effectively be feeling him out if he could work with Mithril or what his craftsmanship is like. Just future reference.
Okay. As you're leaving the forge, you hear the sounds of kind of angry shouting, almost. If that was just Dax there.
Yeah, no one else really got told to go, did they?
Okay. Yeah, Dax, that pricks your ears up. You hear the sound of angry shouting.
Which direction? How loud?
Perception check, please.
Okay.
Don't natural one, or that's an end to that side quest.
Did not roll.
Hey,
Let me roll again.
natural ones happen, man.
Yeah, they happen from time to time, frequently to me when I play Dark Heresy. Look at our regressions.
Natural one.
There you
Just
go.
nothing but 100s. There it is. You can't make it out, actually. You have a lot of trouble with it. And it's partially to deal with the fact that as you're walking away from the forge, by this point, Hagen has actually started working again, and so all you can really hear is the sound of flames and the clanking of tools and things of that nature as you're walking away. But it does sound like somebody's shouting, but you can't make out which direction.
Are there any passers-by or anything?
Yeah, there are people walking around. They all seem to hear it too.
Where's that coming from?
One lady looks at the sky for a moment before looking around. She goes, I think over there, actually. Sounds like someone's having a fight.
Okay, I insight check her
gotta
just
be
to check
honest.
if she's not, like, just talking shit because she wants to, like, pretend she knows something, like some people will do.
Okay.
16.
Yeah, she's not lying. She
Okay, I
appears
head
to be
over
telling
there.
the truth, and in the direction she points, you can see something going on.
Sure. I'll go with her.
Cool. You're gonna walk over that way. Give me a perception check as you approach. One more.
16.
Okay, with a 16, you see a crowd of maybe 10 or 13 people. They're standing in a circle around someone, and every now and again you see someone pick up like a rock or something and throw it towards the center of the group. You hear something about, "You stabby prick, get out of here! We all know what you've done, filthy little thief."
Was that you
can
used you something eared prick?
Yeah, stab-eared.
Oh, okay. So there's a little crowd like around this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm gonna try and like being the small nimble creature I am, like push my way to the front, see if I see what's going on.
Sure, go ahead and give me a stealth check, I guess, to work your way through the crowd without being noticed or anything like that.
Yeah. 24.
Wow.
Wow. You move like a shadow on a black background. You are in there, and before too long, you've actually worked your way to the front of the crowd, where on the ground you see an elf on one knee, his arms covered in tattoos all the way up his neck and across his face in the classic elvish style.
Tabor?
He's blonde-haired, pulled back into kind of a braid/ponytail in the back, and he looks as if he's been struck in the side of his head with something. He's wearing the clothing of maybe not a commoner. His clothes are pretty well worn, just a vest over the top of a tunic and pants, and he seems to be trying to work his way back up to his feet. And he's got one hand up, and he's muttering something about "stop." No, but the crowd isn't having any of it. Another stone thuds off of his side, and he falls down into the mud. And you hear a man alongside you shout, "We know you stole it. Give it back, you little rat."
Okay. Firstly, can I like identify like what these tattoos and stuff are?
If you wanted to give me just a flat intelligence roll, I guess.
Okay, so this will have +1 because of my. So it's a 10 total.
Okay. You would know, having met elves before, that elves are somewhat not popular in the old country due to things that happened many, many thousands of years ago. It's put them kind of on a lower status in society than everyone else. They've been treated as slaves for a very, very long time, only having recently gotten out of that. But still, old hatreds and things bleed over, and people definitely do not deal fairly with elves if they can. Elves themselves tend to live in their own little communes and groups or their own little parts of town in order to avoid these interactions, because people are quite cruel when it comes to them. To identify as tattoos, you know that's pretty standard. Elves are big fans of tattooing. It's kind of the only way that they've really preserved their culture, given their history of being slaves and whatnot. They've lost their language, they've lost their culture. One of the only things that has really kept over the last several thousand years is the particular brand of tattooing that they all seem to adorn themselves with up their faces and across their heads. And, you know, they all tattoo frequently as kind of the last remaining vestige of their culture.
Okay. So I gather from the crowd around me, just do a quick read, that someone's accusing him of stealing something, and he's kind of being fairly innocent about it. I'd like to do an insight check on the elf himself to see if he's genuine about his innocence.
Sure.
The elf himself.
The elf himself sounds like a Dr. Seuss book.
10.
As far as you can tell, he's being truthful, although the real lines of truth and deceit normally seem to be exposed when, like, a fear of death. You know, he's been hit in the face with heavy objects. He's being attacked by a crowd. I'm pretty sure just about everybody in that situation would be like, "I didn't do it." I mean,
Okay, so everyone around is vaguely unarmed in the form of peasants who have makeshift weapons around, but no one's like properly like decked out or anything.
Yeah, there's nobody here
Okay.
that seems to have any authority whatsoever. It seems like this formed pretty quickly.
Then that makes it me. Am I gonna be good or bullshit this? You know what? Dax is in one of those moods. He's been studying all day with Mary Shelby. He just popped out. This is like the second day by now. He's been really he's been pushing the midnight oil, right? He's been getting the minimum amount of sleep he can to get by. He's actually not down for bullshitting this. He's going to draw his rapier and his shield.
Okay.
And he's going to step forwards into the crowd. He's going to position himself between the group and the elf. And with that...
Get hit by stone.
Yeah, I'm ideally hoping that my armor and my shield will save me from stone hits. Alright, what's going on here?
That filthy slave father is in our town stealing things. They've been going missing recently, and we know it's him. If there's an elf around, things always go missing.
Okay. Why have you not talked to the guard about this?
'Cause they ain't gonna handle it. They're all about touchy-feely with those stab-eared gits. We don't like 'em none. And we can't trust the guard to do the right thing.
Fair enough. Well, come over here and try and be touchy-feely with me. And I'm going to move the rapier around in a kind of, like, beating it motion. Like, just bring it.
Never mind. All right, so a larger man steps out of the crowd and moves forward. Give me an intimidation check first, and we'll see what he does.
Natural 20. 25.
Woo! Upon seeing you, for whatever reason, maybe it's the lack of sleep, maybe it's just the frustration and the sound of your voice, but a number of people back out of the crowd and are just like, nah, now that there's resistance, it doesn't feel like it's worth it to them to keep abusing this individual anymore. And pretty soon, there's really only the one big guy left standing there who has not backed down.
As the rest of the people leave, as they're going, I shout at them, and let it be known, if you piss on any of the would-be-gotten ex-slaves around here, I will have your nads for garters, and I will fucking make them into socks.
The big guy steps forward, his bald head shining in the sunlight. He's got kind of like jowls. He's a very, very heavy-set guy. Sort of the same build that like a Davi has, only this guy might be a tiny bit taller than him.
Okay.
He's the only one that hasn't bailed out. He steps forward and be like, I'd like to see you try.
So he's the only guy really left around, like, who's really in for a fight. There are probably some onlookers, but he's the one who, like, only real opposition.
Yep.
Okay, I put my rapier away. Well, I could do, but I believe that my lady, the Grey Lady, will protect me from all harm, and will protect those downtrodden around me. And she will give me divine grace in bringing me to the true path. So, if you want to, I believe the term is bring it, bitch.
And he does. We're just going to go back and forth. Go ahead and give me an initiative roll real fast.
I'm letting him swing first, so whatever it will be, he'll get to go first.
Okay, that's fine. We'll just alternate
actually,
real fast.
I would be on full defensive if I got first initiative, so... See, I'm 14.
Okay. He takes a swing at you. He does go first. He actually outrolled you there.
That's fine.
He pulls back a big kind of tankard-sized fist and pulls it backwards and swings at you. So let's see how he does here. Actually, the swing goes really, really wide. You're kind of a small target to hit, and with his burly, muscled arm, you hear it whoosh through the air. Like, this was a hit that definitely had some heat on it. Had a little bit of crackle in there, but you dance out of the way pretty quickly, and it doesn't even come close.
Okay, so I cast Speak with Animals, and then I shout to all the seagulls in the area and all the birds that can hear me, if you shit on him right now, I will give you the most ridiculous pile of fish that you can ever imagine after this is done.
So popping back into a seagull squat, you start being like, hop, hop, heep, hop, 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 up at the sky, with this big guy swinging past your head. Apparently Seagull style is really, really good for avoiding getting hit. And give me a persuasion check. We'll see what happens.
Natural 1.
Ooh.
Well,
You must have said
a
something
torrent
for-
of shit falls on him.
I mean,
Yeah,
I was
you
trying to
must
dodge a punch, so I probably mispronounced some of the words.
Not
You
only
said go find
mispronounced, your understanding of colloquialisms and also Seagull culture has gotten worse over the last day or two, and you end up fundamentally offending one or two of the birds. They come down and begin pecking at you and flapping about your head.
Okay, fair
No
enough.
damage done, really, but now they've been added to the initiative.
I was trying to avoid a fight and just get him humiliated, but...
Yeah.
Sometimes
things
you roll the natural 20s, and sometimes you don't.
As his fist goes over your shoulder and the seagulls now descend upon you, he turns back and he tries to backhand you now as he comes back up. But once again, your head seems to be lower than where he expects it to be. You get the feeling he's used to fighting humans, and so the moves that typically work against other humans are not working. It whizzes over your head.
In which case, I cast command on him, and I tell him to piss.
Okay.
It's a DC 14.
Okay. He does not piss. As the fist comes back up that way, you issue the command, and a look on his face is like, did you just tell me to piss myself? Oh, well, you're going to get it now. And he just looks angrier and angrier. He's going to come back in with another punch. Actually, no. He's going to swing out with his left leg and try to kick you. You're kind of football-sized. What's your armor class?
17.
Ooh, you got a really good armor class. His chances are not good right now. As he tries to
Shield
kick
man.
you, you kind of just raise your foot and step backwards out of the way, and nothing seems to happen. It's at this point that the elf standing behind you, you hear him whispering.
Ah! 1 second, mate. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try and try commanding one more time, and I'm gonna say. Dance. Really embarrassingly. DC 14 wisdom check.
As he's standing on one foot, and his left foot whizzes by you, he hears you say this, and honestly, you've gone from piss yourself to start dancing. And you were also squawking at seagulls a couple seconds ago. Once again, he seems unaffected. This guy is on his A game right now.
God damn it.
And it's at this point that several motes of light fly over your shoulders and erupt into the man's chest, knocking him backwards, doing considerable damage. Like, when these land, you can see scoring and burn marks flashing across his chest. He stumbles backwards and just falls facing the sky. And you see you hear the elf behind you squelching in the mud and starting to stand back up.
Okay, in which case I turn to the elf and I raise my shield. What are you doing?
It appears though I'm getting my ass kicked. What are you doing?
Well, your ass stopped getting kicked, so was it really necessary?
Well, seeing as he had no problem embedding a stone in the side of my head, he takes his hand up and starts messing with a tender spot. I felt like a little bit of give and take was in order, and there'd been a lot more take on that side than give. Thank you for your help. My name's Frithwood.
I check the thug first.
As he's saying that, you walk away and you check the guy. He's pretty burned up. This guy, he's taken some solid hits right here. It looks like there's 4 impact spots where the skin has kind of been peeled back and burned slightly. Chunks of his clothing are missing from those spots. His eyes are lulled back in his head. Medicine check?
Yeah, so is he bleeding out then? Or do I need a medicine check for that?
He is definitely unconscious. And based on your medicine check here,
16.
he's not in good shape. He's probably not going to die, but he definitely looks like he got run over by a cart.
In which case, I cast healing wounds on him.
Okay.
With my
as you
rapier
cast the heal on
drawn,
him-
pointing at his throat, so he doesn't try anything when he gets up.
Yeah. You start whispering the words and incantations, and you get the feeling that the elf behind you has fully managed to get up.
1 second, I'll be back with you.
And you turn to face him. Your spell has helped, and his eyes have actually
Okay, before
rolled
he wakes
back
up,
now.
I get my canteen out and I pour that over his crotch.
Okay.
So
As
when
he's waking up,
as he wakes up, I go, "Oh, wait, you seem to have pissed yourself."
a perception check real fast, please.
Oh, okay. 11.
Okay. His eyes roll back to his face, and he looks down and he goes, "Whoa, that little stab-head cunt." And he starts to get back up, but realizes
As he says that,
rapier...
I beat him in the face with the pommel.
Okay. Ding! And he's close enough to the edge where his eyes roll back, and he just falls back down
Okay,
into the
I
mud
cast
with a
Cure
nasty
Wounds again.
schlock. You cast Cure Wounds again.
And as he comes
and
around, I
wakes
go,
back up.
"And that'll be no more racist language from you, thank you very much."
This time he doesn't say anything, he just fixes you with a nasty scowl.
Excellent, you're learning, good. You can teach an old, very stupid dog new tricks. Right, okay, off with you, shoot, get out of here.
As he slowly works himself back up, he gets into a slight trot and just tries to make his way away from you as quickly as possible while checking his wounds.
And then I would like to cast... I've still got Talk of Animals up. I shout up to the seagulls again and I go, just make sure he goes off and keep shitting on him. And I pull out all the, like, fresh, like, beef that I've got that's all, like, nice and cured and stuff so that it lasts. And I put that out,
you're learning.
out for them.
You gotta... With
Leave
seagull
the food.
idiots, you gotta start with the bribe, not finish
Okay,
with it.
here's half the food, have that, go keep shitting on him until he goes away, and then the other half see you when you get back. And I
You hear the
turn my
birds
claws
take off. Following him, shitting. You hear the sound of flapping wings, and you hear him be like, "Oh, what the fuck?" as he's running away.
Just gotta keep him moving. Sorry, what did you say your name was?
As you turn back around, you find that he's gone.
Well, fair enough. I go back to Mary Shelby's.
You head back to Mary Shelby's.
Sorry,
in
what did
order
he say his
to,
name was? I didn't get a chance to write it down in the middle of that.
Frithwood.
Thrithwood.
So it's FRYTHWID or WED. I don't remember. I've got it spelled out here somewhere.
I'm gonna spell it EID then. Now cross
Okay.
one out.
Sounds good. Okay, so what does everybody want to do now? You're headed back to Mary Shelby's place. Everybody is at the tavern. It's been a couple of days. What's the course of action?
I ask if anyone's seen an elf by this description. Subtly, I don't make too much fuss about it, as we're just going to our normal stuff. Doesn't take extra time.
And I'm going to be asking Dax if he recognizes either Iram or Yasad. And the best I can do, I'm just going to try to describe them. And
as you describe them, I like minor illusion them, and then I minor illusion like different features as you say, oh, more nose, more cheek, less cheek.
It's like a Skyrim character creator.
Pretty much, yeah. And you end up with something that looks absolutely horrific, and you go, that's just good enough.
So, do you recognize either of these gentlemen?
Do they sound about right?
You don't really recognize them. I mean, it's kind of like somebody's describing faces they saw at the carnival or at the fair to you. There's just a lot of people in the market. You've been face to face with a lot of people. It's not standing out. The only thing that might is the fact that they are too Robbie by comparison to everybody else, which does make them stick out a little bit. And so, like, you recall vaguely having seen some vendors in the market who kind of dress like Robbie, but other than that, you don't really remember much.
I'm specifically trying to see if Dax recognizes either of these from the vision he had in the jar.
You do not. Neither of them are the one from the jar.
Okay. Well, no, they're not from the jar, sorry.
And those are the only Tarabi in town that people know of. So unless there's another one...
To be honest, if you were going to do something highly clandestine and assassiny, why would you wear some very obvious country garb which really denotes where you're from?
Unless you're trying to frame someone.
Yeah. So I don't know, could just be a false, red herring. Speaking of herring, and as the rest of the seagulls are following me, I'm like, oh yeah, the other half. I need to get more meat.
Off with you then. Don't need those squawkers around us.
They're happy with that. I go refill my rations. I went through that pretty quick.
All right. So as of right...
Sorry, you said it's been another day, or is it the morning after?
It's been 3 days at this point. So you've been
Okay.
just chilling in town, relaxing, doing your stuff for about 3 days.
Then I wanted to see if the Howpack had done anything to the letters that I had managed to ruin a little bit. See if they had fixed them up at all.
Okay, so you specifically left those in there with the offerings. As you go back inside your room, you do see that the letters have been moved slightly and rearranged, and they're much more aesthetically pleasing in their new position than their old one. However, the damage to the letters still appears to be maintained.
Okay, I'm just going to cast Mending then.
There you go. As you cast Mending, they pop right back into place. All damage undone. They look fantastic.
So the Howpacks can rearrange stuff, but they can't fix the letters. Got it. Trying to see what their limitations are.
Maybe
yeah,
they're
yeah.
dyslexic.
Testing the system. What?
Maybe they're dyslexic.
Well, they just can't read.
Well, maybe you just need to get them tiny glasses that have got the right colour tint.
This is gonna be like the elves and the shoemaker. You just leave like cool things out for them.
Just see what they do. Has Adborough given you the plum wine yet?
Yes.
Okay, so you guys have the plum wine.
Who is that in the inventory?
I thought it was you, Dax.
In which case, it is in my inventory.
There you go. You now have access to plum wine. Is there
I will not
anywhere
drink
the group as a whole wants to go right now?
Should we go to the forest?
Yeah, I'm happy to wait the amount of time that it's required before we head out to the forest, honestly.
It's the morning of the third day.
Okay.
We did say we'd wait 2, and this is a good time as any.
Well, before we head out, if we're like on that day gearing up, ready to go, I will bring up with the group the mine, the deep brown mine, somewhere in the Croftwood, may be connected with these creatures.
Have we got a map of where that is?
No, but we have someone who may be willing to act as a guide if we want to make that a destination, though it depends on what we're going into the Croftwood this time to do. If we're going to go specifically to the Druids, then we should probably deal with that as a separate thing.
The Druids might also know where the mine is. In fact, I'd be surprised if they didn't.
Well, to be honest, I would rather go to the mine with the guide.
I mean, I'm all for getting a guide when going through a deep, spooky forest that's probably filled with all the kind of nasty stuff. Oh, by the way, apparently it's not called the Scourge, it's called the Grasp or something. I prefer Scourge. Somebody to call it that.
Grasp?
Yeah.
Very well. But yes, if we're going there to speak specifically with the Druids, then we should do that and then return. But at some point, I have a feeling it's going to be necessary for us to go to the Deep Brown Mine. I'm just bringing this up now so that when that time comes, we'll have ourselves a guide to go along with the trip.
I am not looking forward to another underground adventure, Nsan.
Looking forward to it or not, it's probably going to happen. But still, if we're ready to go and visit the Druids, then we should make that our destination.
I mean,
While we're out there,
is
perhaps
that
we can
the
find
dwarf
this.
you've been spending time with the other day and asked me to go visit?
Yes,
His house is north from here. That's basically on the way up to the Croftwood.
indeed. But asking him to be our guide to the mine, if we're not going to the mine, seems like it's a waste of his time, especially considering he's
what's our job in the
possibly
Croftwood?
working on something.
Find the weird altar thing for the Black Hound. Find the mine. Find the druids there and ask them what the hell's going on and tell them they've possibly been targeted by the thing that lives under the ground and necromancers.
Exactly.
So 3 objectives. We can always go to the mine first or last and depend if he wants to stick with us for the rest of them.
We could, indeed. Depends on which one's the most pressing.
Oh, what do you think? You spent the most time with him.
It's not what I think. I don't think this has any relation to him specifically. It's what's the most pressing concern.
Oh,
Do
maybe
we
he's got a
speak with the
map.
druids first? Do we find out whatever this thing was that Mormont saw?
In my opinion, if we go into the mine, we could come up anywhere. So I kind of think that should be the last one because we've no idea where it's going to lead us.
I have the same
druids?
feeling. We might not be coming up for a while.
Yeah. The other things are just on the surface. If we talk to the druids first, they probably lead us to the pillar thing that we need to go do. They know the place. It's their territory.
That is something that had occurred to me, yes. So we're in agreement then. We go to the Croftwood, we speak with the druids, and possibly, if we can, have a look into this Black Hound affair.
Yep.
I make the sign of the cross.
I laugh. That one actually genuinely amused
I chuckle
me.
and shake my head.
Well played. Well played, the dad.
Oh dear. Well, hopefully the druids don't do that. What do you think, Mormont?
That sounds like a plan. I think it's a good way to do things.
And I
So
have
out of character,
plum
what was it we
wine.
were waiting for? There was something that was going to take 2 days before we set off.
Come on.
Was that
Come
it?
Hmm.
I don't.
This is what
out of
happens when you
character.
take weeks off.
I swear there was a thing we were waiting for, but I can't remember what it was.
2 weeks off. Oh,
Well, we
know.
had 2 days off because Adbra said you should wait 2 days and... Oh, they were going to send someone to talk to the druids to make sure the druids didn't kill us on sight.
Oh, that sounds like
That
a
was
good
probably
plan.
it.
That was probably a good thing to wait for. But we're good. Everything's done.
Perhaps we should speak with Attenborough first, make sure that that has actually happened. But yes, assuming that it is, we should head off.
Okay. By the way, I saw an elf by the name of Thriftweed. Might be a reasonable person to get to know, or could be maybe not a reasonable person to get to know, but he seemed okay. People didn't
More
like him.
pointy-eared folks.
Something like that.
I'm very happy for you having met an elf. Well done.
But he's a mage, and mages are pretty rare. Not sure what kind of mage. Probably some kind of wizardy person.
Really? And then I pointedly look at him, then I look at Moment, then I look at Adavi.
I know. It's weird. We're probably the only 3 mages
is.
within... above ground for quite a while.
Well,
Let's just move on. We'll keep our eye out for any strange elves, but
I think if we're planning to head out, we should get supplied.
I open my, robe to reveal the fact that I have, lots of rations now stapled inside.
I'm already grabbing some of the meats. You shouldn't have opened that robe.
I kind of leave it open, I go, I'll go get more. The market's on the way
I
to
nod.
talk to Adbra anyway.
this is kind of like, oh, you silly goblin. But as he walks away, it's kind of a good nature thing. I just kind of clap him on the back saying, well, on the plus side, he didn't grab you by the ankles, tip you upside down, and shake you until all the rations fell out. I've seen him do that to someone else before.
To be fair, I was kind of asking for it during that.
Now I want to get levitate so I can do that to people.
Shake him like a bear on an apple tree.
I
just
want to
like,
get counterspell, so that cannot happen to me. Yeah. I head past the market and get more rations, and then I think we're going to Adbra, are we?
I wouldn't be surprised if you spent like a gold on rations so far. More rations.
I also pointedly make sure to get a mini keg. I wouldn't carry that. I've got enough in my kit, but someone needs to carry the mini keg because we need to have beer where we're going.
I will carry the mini keg.
Moment, do you want to
That
carry the
mini
mini
Let's
keg?
get to where we're going.
It's never gonna make it, yeah.
Moment, do you want to carry the mini keg? You're strong. You can do this.
He's gonna wear it
If
around his neck
Adavi
like a Saint
volunteers,
Bernard.
Mormon lets him do it.
I don't buy the mini keg.
Well done, Adavi.
I will just buy 2 barrel. You know what? I will buy a mini keg and I'll buy 2 bottles of meat for myself because I know the mini keg's not going to make it very far.
Well, while we're going through the market, I want to try to get some more water skins if we can. Just maybe 4 or 5 more. Just in case we find anything interesting. Or if we need water.
Yeah, 4 or 5 silver. Deduct
Likewise,
with however many
I'll
you
deduct
get
it from the
provisions,
group
but,
funds because it's a group thing.
Yeah.
I look for a small shovel and a chisel.
that. Okay. You find those without too much trouble. I would just deduct 1 gold.
All right.
Group will pay for that. It's chump change, and the group's got enough in its purse at the moment.
Yeah. What was there anything else that anybody wanted, or was that pretty much the breadth of it?
Some more shoes would be nice.
Yeah, we get
just
some
wanna,
really
like,
good walking shoes.
wardrobe
Like, really,
diversity?
really good walking shoes. That are, not town shoes, not sailing shoes, but like trudging through half-muddy earth kind of shoes, like almost Wellington boots.
Today is the day I wear my blue shoes. Tomorrow shall be the day I wear my red shoes. Indeed. He's got like a mobile closet in his jacket. He like whips it out, and there's just like 5 sets of shoes inside.
I
He's
mean,
like,
I
can-
do
I
have
can
2
accessorize.
complete extra costumes.
Now we're talking. Yeah, I actually have a full-on costume somewhere. Just carried along.
I have one lawyer's costume and one. I think it's undefined. I need to find out what that is.
Also,
got wig.
Davi's perusing shoes. I just stand beside Mom and say, he was like this in the monastery as well.
You had shoe shops in the monastery?
No, but he filled his room with all kinds of knickknacks. The strangest things. It was a monastery. He had so many different types of clothing, all different colors. Where he even got it, no one knew. Some of them probably were wise not to ask.
So he had half the clothing of the monastery, he ate half the food of the monastery, and yet the monastery chose to keep him there, and...
Well, let's put it this way. He's not there anymore. There may be a reason for this.
Well, which is a point, but then why did they choose you to come follow him? What did you do to piss him off?
I'm making up for many, many things, and this is my punishment. He is
At this
my
point-
punishment.
At this point, I return with like 4 new pairs of shoes. And I hand one to Nsan. I goes, I think these fit you. They are bright pink. Little boots.
Do they curl up at the toe,
Yes.
like genie style?
They have big
Actually,
bows
inspect
on
them.
the fronts.
As
Do
he
they-
does
do they
this,
look
I
like-
say to Nsan, wow, that is some punishment. And I walk away to go get more rations.
So after you all do your shenanigans and your beer keg buying and your shiny silk shoes with pointies all bought up, you reconvene later in front of Adburow's place. As you approach, you see a rather large woman standing out in front. She appears to be a Hellenian. She looks like she's waiting, or maybe she wants to speak with Adborough but hasn't gotten her chance yet.
Hello, good lady.
She turns and looks downwards at you. She's a brown-haired lady with green eyes. Kind of a darker skin complexion. It looks like she's had a lot of sun and she spends a lot of time like either out at sea or perhaps just in places where there's a lot of sunlight reflected, and so she's tanned out quite a bit. Her clothing, she's wearing chainmail, and over the top of that she's got various furs and things thrown over. In her hand she just carries a staff that's about as tall as she is, which she's small for a Hellenian, but she's still massive for a human being. She's like 7 foot tall easily. I mean, it's all relative. Like, to a Hellenian, she's not that big. To everybody else, she's goddamn ginormous.
She's over double my height.
I'm going to step away just for a second, but I will be able to hear you.
Sure.
I'll just be right back.
I'm gonna have a conversation with her navel. That's as far as I can really see up.
Wow. Really? So disrespectful.
Well, it's either I have to stand either like 10 feet away to really not have to like get up neck strain, or be in normal social distance and only really able to be seeing her navel most of the time.
Seeing
So-
that you're talking to this woman's navel, Davi puts his arms under your armpits, puts his hands under your armpits and lifts you up.
Thank you, Adavi. Hello there. What do you need to talk to Adra about? We were just about to talk to him ourselves.
She turns and looks at it and she goes, "Hello. I wish to speak with Adborough about perhaps going into the Croftwood."
Why would you want to do that? I heard there were all kinds of scary druids and stuff there.
Several of our hunters have gone into the forest and have not returned.
Oh,
I push Dax to the side. And I go, we met one named Asher.
that one. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, you know Asher.
Oh, good friends with him. Long-time buddies.
She nods you. That is excellent. Asher, he recently returned to our camp.
Yes, we were the ones who saved him. Actually, it was mostly that one. And I point at Nsan.
I did my
Well,
head.
then-
Also, having a big house is really annoying because it takes forever to get into any other room in the house.
You need to
You
have a
just
tiny
No.
fridge in that room.
My diamond shoes fit too tight.
They super do. I know,
mini
my wallet's
fridge?
too small for my
Oh, I
50s.
wish I was one of
All
those
these
common
women are in
folks
love
who
with me.
lived in
It's
like a
terrible.
2-room apartment. Oh, woe is me, twiddling my platinum monocle.
As she speaks to you, you notice that she seems to go to a ton of effort to enunciate properly, to the point where it just sounds flat out weird.
had noticed that,
Are you
yes.
more familiar with Hellenian?
I am.
Ah,
I speak many languages. In fact, I'm the translator for our group of Hellenians.
oh. How many languages do
I
you
asked
speak?
her if she can speak Myanmar in Myanmar.
I raise a brow
She
at this.
fires back. I do indeed. Flawlessly. Like,
I
without a
doubt it.
hesitation.
Adali
I'm
gets a
actually-
big grin.
Clearly very impressed.
You also note that she enunciates very, very carefully in Nyanma, and it still sounds a little strange, but at the same time, her Nyanma and her tense are so flawless, it's a tough language to learn, that it still surprises you at all that she knows it.
I don't even realize it, but because there was a little bit of conversation in Myanmar, I start speaking Myanmar, and I ask her if
I cast
she would
comprehend
like-
languages.
I asked her if she would like to join us because we were planning on heading into the Croftwood today, actually.
She turns.
Oh, that's a really good idea. I answer to your Myanmar.
Okay.
I'm guessing I don't understand what's being said now by anyone.
You
Once
understand
it
me. I'm not.
becomes a
I'm still
conversa-
talking common.
Once it
Oh,
becomes
okay, but
a
there-
conversation, I actually translate for Momond. I explained that I simply asked if she could speak this language. I meant no offense. And I kind of
Yes.
give Adavi and Dax kind of a look like, seriously, guys, just leaving him out. That's a
What? I'm
jerks.
speaking normal
Yeah, I'm
language.
there like, why is everyone speaking the one language everyone but I know?
Moment, I've never spoke anything but common in this entire scene.
Does he call it a scene?
No. That was me
Fourth
trying to
wall!
convey both
God
in and
damn
out
it,
of
unless
character.
you're Deadpool, you cannot break the fourth wall. Get back inside.
I'm the
your
party's
box.
Deadpool. It's fine. Out of curiosity, more so than anything else, I'd say in Goblin. And this one?
Let me actually check her sheet.
I'm
I
laughing
don't
that's
know.
the one she can't speak. She's like,
No, I
sorry,
fully expect it to be the one she can't speak.
Nobody speaks Goblin.
Yeah.
Everybody speaks
Damn.
Goblin.
That's harsh.
It's taking forever for my hard drive to spin up. You ever store something on a hard drive, it's gone to sleep, and you click on it, and then
No,
you just gotta
my
wait
hard
there for
drive is
hella long?
constantly
while it's-
awake.
I'm so glad I don't have to worry about that. I've got all my
Why
important
not?
shit on SSDs.
Let's see what's going on here. She does have Goblin. She fires back at a moment's notice in impeccably enunciated Goblin. In fact, Goblin is not a language that is really predisposed to being spoken properly. It's kind of like a pidgin meets like a little bit of slang in Goblin. But she speaks it back. If there ever was a Goblin king or a Goblin noble, that's the way that you would expect them to speak. I
Wow.
The Queen's Goblin.
do. The Queen's Goblin.
Queen's
indeed.
Goblin.
Moment.
Does she do the little hand
That
wave?
is
Moment.
fantastic.
She speaks Goblin. You don't even speak Goblin. We've been friends for all of like 2 years.
It's a tough language, okay?
Okay, I don't speak Dwarf. All
Yeah.
that growling and stuff.
She
It's
pops
to-
in, and in
to the
Dwarvish, she
lady.
says,
Oh.
I do. And she looks right at Mormon.
Oh, I understood that. Wait. Oh, I still can't speak Dwarf.
Is
I
it, I'm not
apologize
even
to my
surprised.
companions.
It's
And
impressive.
in fact, myself, it was very rude of me to start this all off. I had no idea it would escalate like this.
You should know us by now.
Bow,
Always
chicka, wow,
estimates.
wow.
I spent a
She's
first
got a
level spell
feathered
just
headdress
hilarity.
on the side of her head on one side, and she pushes it back, although it seems like it's a moderate annoyance. But when she pushes it back, it seems as though it must be fixed with some kind of wire, because it stays back once she pushes it, some kind of flexible wire or something. And moving back to common, she says, I was going to speak with Adborough about going to the forest, just to familiarize myself with the area and perhaps speak with the druids. we had thought that maybe because we were hunting on their land, well, actually, my kinsmen don't really care if they're hunting on someone else's land, but I felt as the group ambassador or translator, perhaps I should go and speak with them and see if I could come to terms so that we could hunt on their land.
So, someone's been poisoning relations between the druids and the people here. The druids are protective of the forest. We're going to speak with the druids. I guess. Are we okay if you want to come with us? I look at the group.
By all means.
I nod.
I mean,
If you have
to...
business with the druids, then there is safety in numbers.
In fact, let us put in a good word with Adborough for you. I don't see a reason for him to deny you.
We're good friends with old Addy.
I smirk at that.
She nods and smiles, and a light flashes across her eyes. That would be absolutely fantastic. They seem a tad remiss to allow me to go into the forest, or really anyone else. Once they had heard about the way we had... Apparently you're not supposed to go into the forest? We don't know about these rules.
Oh,
but
yeah,
we have...
you need plum wine.
She looks as though she doesn't know what to say about that for a second, then shrugs. I've seen Stranger Things, so I suppose that's fine. But if you could speak with Adborough, I would appreciate it.
Are the guards next to us?
Hmm?
I look to the guard and go, are we allowed to go in yet?
He nods at you.
Oh, okay.
Amongst
we'll
the
be back
nods,
in
I'm
a
already
second.
walking in.
You notice that the Hellenian does not follow you.
Okay, we're going to speak about you behind your back and then say good things, okay?
She looks as though she's pondering the translation for that for a second, deciding whether or not to take offense. But
I
seeing as
look exactly the same. I've turned around and I'm looking down like, did he just say that?
It's a
But she
translation
seems
from
to
Goblin. It
dismiss
probably
it.
doesn't come across as well.
Yeah, you're a path to a goal for her, so she seems to dismiss it because it's in her best interest.
Well, it's kind of awkward to have a conversation like, she should come with us while she's in the room. That's what I was like, we probably have to leave her outside to begin with.
I apologize. May I have your name again? By which name would Adborough know you?
You may call me Elani.
Elani. Very well, thank you very much. We'll see what we can do about gaining you admittance into the forest.
I've spelled that
I
with
turn
4
away.
E's and 2 A's.
She bows slightly when you say that, appreciatively.
Here we go. Hey, Adbra, how are you doing?
As you enter the room, you see Adborough is standing at the back of the room next to a bookcase, just thumbing through something. He turns, he says, "Oh, my favorite goblin. Hooray."
I
chuckle at that.
I actually chuckle and I say, for what it's worth, we feel exactly the same way, but we actually have to sleep and work with him every day. It's
I look straight at Nsan. You've been sleeping with our goblin.
I'm sorry,
Adborough
me and Davi
turns-
got married the other day. I meant to tell you,
You know, we're appreciative of all lifestyles here in Woodley, but if you've got business to attend to, I'm a little busy.
well, we were just going to head into the Cropwood and say hi to some druids, destroy a black hound by going to find this whole pillar it's about, and maybe even go and find the entrance to that whole horrible cesspit underground and defeat them and investigate. But you cool with that?
I'm just still grinning
Yeah.
over here. It's like, oh, fair enough. Egg on my face.
My
Just
messenger
checking.
done came back from the druids, and it sounds like they're receptive to our little gamble here. I would do your best to smooth it over. Once you're inside their territory, ain't no leaving without their permission. They seem quite a bit upset. I did my best with the messenger to let them know that we have nothing to do with the misfortunes they seem to be experiencing. But they seem a tad jumpy and suspicious, I suppose. So by all means, if you can resolve this, I would appreciate it. Now if I can figure a way to get the goddamn Hellenians out of my hair.
As it happens, Lieutenant, we might be able to help you there as well. There's a Hellenian woman outside. I'm sure you're aware that she's been trying to seek audience with you.
He sighs and he goes, I am aware of Elani. She wants to go up into the forest for some fool reason, and I know she won't come back. Every time a Hellenian step in that forest, it's like they disappear in a poof of light, and yet they keep on going. Something about this hunt or whatever. She came in here begging for access to the Crawford or something of that kind, and I said no, because we need everybody here in town with what's been going on. Who knows when I need to draw on the Hellenians for a little bit of extra manpower. But,
Well, it seems that her intent is perhaps what should have been done before, and whatever intention they may have had, no doubt crossed with the situation that has been developing between Woodley and the Druids. She wishes to somehow make amends with them, and I'm certain that if the Druids have taken offense at the Hellenians hunting in their forest, it would certainly not worsen matters if one came in offering a belated request for permission.
he looks up from the book that he's holding, and for a moment he stares at the wall. Well, I ain't gonna take responsibility for it, but if you think she'll be of help, you have my blessing.
I look at the group.
Well, Asher would certainly help down in the mines. And if she can fight half as well as he did,
From my memory,
then she-
Asher fought really shite.
Yeah, he did.
That's just out
But
of
he
character.
did take a lot of damage. All the damage he
That's
took
true.
was damage you didn't have to take.
That's
yeah,
very true.
he basically was
He
our
tanked a
damage
lot.
sponge.
Ablative
That was a
armor.
tough job.
I think he
You
did okay
serious?
at the fight on the
We-
surface.
So what we need is we need some type of badge that's, relatively large size that fits a Hellenian's chest, and it says DMG Sponge, little happy face. We just assign that to our local Hellion, wherever
And
we
we
go.
carve it into a living sponge.
Okay, as
Round
as
in
he,
there.
he's agrees
Okay.
to this and stuff, I go to the door, open the door and go, Elani, hi, you can come in now.
Such a bad thing.
Abra says that you can come over, so...
She begins to walk in, and you notice she has to stoop kind of low to get inside the doorway.
Mind
Not
your
as
head.
much as like Asher would have to, but still, this is not a doorway that is built for a Hellenian. And peeking inside the room, she's kind of crouched slightly. The roof isn't that low, but she does seem kind of concerned she's going to hit her head. Thank you, Captain. I promise you won't regret it. My goal is only to smooth over relations between the Hellenians and the Druids. He turns to her. Yeah, well, make sure you don't make things worse, because it may come to blows if things fall to new lows. I ain't never seen them as worked up as they are right now.
I think we're good to go. Is there anything you can give us to help, or any insight into geopolitical, economic landscape or anything? Or do you happen to know where we can actually get a genuine healing potion?
I stare at Dax as if he just sprouted 3 extra heads when he just starts saying geopolitical. And I'm like,
I
and
read
I
it
look
in a
around
book.
to see if anyone else made sense.
I
of
read
that.
it in a book once. My intelligence isn't that high, don't worry.
He looks at you and goes, yeah, north side of, well, no, to the northwest part of town. There's an apothecary up there. I think the apprentice is there right now. The master is a lady who's been in town for a little while, but the apprentice, he might be there. He might be able to serve you up with something. As I understand it, the apprentice is real good with like seeds or something like that. I don't know. He was talking about it the other day. I glaze over whenever he talks about it. It's a seed. It goes in the soil. It grows. But apparently he's good with that kind of thing. I don't know. Farmers seem to hold him in high regard. Got a talent for it, is what they tell me.
I take a particular note of him saying that he's good with seeds.
Are we
We should visit
to go?
this apothecary before we head out.
We definitely should. My concern is that if you go down, I can heal you. If I go down, I need a potion.
That's very true. And if you're lucky, we'll actually administer it for you as well.
That's what I was worrying about. Adbert, anything else? You got like a coupon?
Unfortunately not, and as I understand it, y'all have come into quite a bit of gold recently, so I'm sure you'll be able to handle it.
Excellent. We will pay for our work uniform with the money we get from work.
Alright, well, I look
I've-
forward to hearing your report when you get back.
One last thing, Lieutenant. I'm sorry to delay our departure. I spoke with Master Hallsguard, the dwarven smith to the north of town. He is back at his craft, and I have asked that he liaise with yourselves, that the town guard could use solid arms and armament, given what they may be called on to do in the coming days.
Sure. He had sent over a missive yesterday, actually, saying that, I don't know, he was rambling on about something about how fire had been lit underneath him, or times of need, or something like that. I sent over a whole bunch of broken gear. If he wants to fix some of our shit around here, by all means, he's welcome to it. We have far too much terrible equipment around here. He motions at one of the guards in the corner. They're like, look, you got links missing, man. Send that over to Hallsguard. The rest of them are even in worse condition. I swear, you can't make soldiers out of these farmers.
Well, I hope with better arms and armor, they will at least... Well, the times won't be quite as dark.
Yeah, you got that right. And for the first time, you actually hear a little bit of sadness in his voice. Like, he hasn't really shown a whole lot of emotion when you've interacted with Adborough. But that time around, you get the feeling that he's definitely thought about the men that he lost in the North Field during the attack.
Yeah. Well, with that, I give him a nod, and I turn to leave.
Okay. With that, you push the door open. Elani goes last. And as you step out into the street, did you want to go to the Apothecaries?
Yeah, I just want to pick up one, like, very low-level healing potion, because I know they're going to be expensive.
You walk up to the Apothecaries, and as you approach the building, it's a large circular building with kind of an arched hallway at the front of it. Out front in a chair, there's a young man, probably about 15 or 16 years old, pretty fresh face, black hair, just the beginnings of a mustache almost above his lip, wearing the clothing of commoners, but he's got long leather gloves all the way up to his elbows, and he's working with a mortar and pestle, and he's got a box of what looks like some sort of assorted herbs next to him, and he's whistling while he's moving things in between the various tools and grinders and things that he has. Every now and again, he scrapes some of the muck out and sticks it in his cheek and lets it sit there, and then after it's sat for a little while, he takes it back out and mashes it down into a pot that's along one side of him.
So just before we get there, group, what do we want in the way of potions off this guy? Because I certainly want one healing potion so that I can get resurrected if I go down. Probably good to have like a backup or so. Does anyone else want anything? Because we can just group fund this.
I expressed that potions or even just healing kits, anything that would make... I expressed to Dax that whilst he can heal, it may be best to have other means if he should be spent.
Healing kits are... they don't resurrect you, do they? They just make the DC lower or something? I think you need a feat to gain health from a healing kit.
Yeah, I think
so.
Yeah, I believe that's the way that it works.
Okay. In which case, ideally from this guy, we'll be looking for 2 or 3 healing potions and possibly 1 healing kit, or anything else he has that actually gives health.
Yeah.
Okay.
Seems too simple.
As you approach, he looks up and taking the wad of whatever herb thing it is out, he places it into the little pot. And seeing that you're all standing there, can I help you?
Hey, we would like some healing potions, possibly a healing kit, anything that regains health points.
He looks confused about the last part.
That's my translation
points.
into English from Common.
Yeah. We do have health potions around here. They're used by the laborers every now and again. If there's a particularly grievous injury. How many did you need?
How much are they?
We've got them priced at 30 gold each. That's why they are a little bit expensive, but they'll fix whatever ails you. They only cost that much because it's a bit of an ordeal to get everything put together.
And how much for a healing kit?
Ale?
What was that, Adavi?
Ale?
The tavern would be more set up for something like that.
Sorry, thought I heard ale.
No, there's no ale here, although some things are intoxicants that we have around here. Although
Have you
those are...
got any cheap intoxicants that are somewhat safe for a man of his stature?
Yeah, he produces a wad of leaves out of one of the barrels. He's like, well, these right here, if you smoke these, they work for pain management. 10 gold? I don't know.
He doesn't know.
Is that just one smoke?
So does-
No, it's like a roll. Like he's actually got like a wad of them that are rolled with twine.
Okay, tell you what. A moment.
This was out of character. Just like, what sort of salesman's like? I don't know how much this is worth.
He's the apprentice.
That's
He's
that's
busy
someone
with
who's-
something else.
Yeah, that's the person who sweeps up the store and stacks the shelves, suddenly being asked to mind the till whilst the real person is out. That's what
Yeah.
kind of salesman that is.
Well, how much for a healing kit?
Healing kits. Does anybody have the page open?
I can get to it pretty quick.
There it is. I've got it. If you wanted a kit with herbs and some basic bandages and things of that nature, we normally sell them for about 5 gold.
Okay, so can we get 3 healing potions, a healing kit, and if you can throw in 4, I think they are called blunts worth of the medicinal plants, and should we call that around 90 gold?
Hey, go ahead and give me a persuasion check real fast.
Yeah, I'm only asking for minimal discount.
A little bit. He's like one of those really cringy movies where you're like, I can't
15.
watch it. It makes me, you have to leave the room.
Okay, he looks for a moment, and he begins to rub his chin, and as he picks through his teeth, you notice he's got a lot of, like, green material in between his teeth. Apparently this job has negatively affected his ability to keep his tooth gaps clean of roughage. Yeah, that sounds about right. We'll call it 90.
I hand him over 90 gold.
Okay. He goes back inside the building, and he comes out with a crate, and inside it are all of the items that you requested. He sits them down in front of you. He will say, you don't happen to... You're going into the Croftwood, or do you leave town often? You seem like adventurers.
We are going into the Crawford as it happens.
Can you bring me samples of I don't know, anything strange that we can't find in the fields out here? I study... I don't get a chance to talk to anybody that leaves the city very often due to the quarantine. But, any type of strange seed or nut or anything of that kind...
As it
very
happens, I was going to ask you after something of this. And I produce a few of the seeds that I actually got down in the cave by the stacks of salt. Before we left, I was going to ask if you would be able to tell me anything about these seeds, or whilst we're away in the Croftwood, I expect to be gone a few days at the very least. You could inspect them and I could ask after them on my return.
He actually takes one of the large seeds from you, and looking at it, he's like, cool. I'm sorry, I enjoy... I like to expand my knowledge on things. Most people aren't interested in things like this, but I find that horticulture and botany are really things that I enjoy, and since I'm to be an apothecary's apprentice, it seems like a noble pursuit that will help out in the long term. Yeah. I've got some texts inside. I'll take a look. Thank you.
You're more than welcome. Hopefully we'll return in a few days. Is that everything we needed here? I say, looking down to Dex.
No, all good. I put one of the healing potions around my neck on a piece of string. By the way, in case I go down, healing potion
Yes,
here.
Dex. Yes, that's for you.
I've had 2 healing potions. Mormond, you're super tanky. And
I take one.
Daffy, you're normally behind the lines. Nsan, you are really wise and stuff, right? Here you go, here's a medicine kit.
I've suddenly realised this shop only has 3
Right.
walls.
I tuck it in. He's been saying very odd things today.
And then I give everybody a blunt.
Oh God.
Well, no, you just got the rough leaves. You didn't
Yeah.
get, like, any wrappings
Aw.
or
We'd
anything
have
like
to
that.
make the roll.
Man.
We'd have
Like,
to
if
roll
you
them
roll-
ourselves.
Yeah, if you rolled up dollar bills, It would just be like a wad of leaves like that, kind of wrapped in string.
So I've got like 4 portions worth of unknown hallucinogenic happy weed.
It's an
I'm not
intoxicating
going to smoke rollies like some sort of peasant. I got a pipe like a real man. God damn.
I'm going to put 4 times weed down and a healing
He looks at
potion.
you as you're looking at this, and you know what that's for, right?
Yeah, I'm down with the kids. I do the intoxicants all the
No,
time.
The day laborers often smoke it. It eases the muscles, makes you feel better. Lightly intoxicating as well. It's bolo leaf.
Bolo leaf?
Bolo with a B.
Bolo. Bolo. Yes, bolo leaf. Smoked loads of bolo leaf in my day.
He clearly doesn't
Right.
believe you, but he smiles.
Of course
He goes,
you
well,
have. Let's be on. Let's stop taking up the good man's time. And I'm clearly just trying to move on at this point.
He says as you're turning away, he's like, hold on. He goes back inside. He gets an extra healing potion and walks out and hands it to you. He's like, as a payment for the seed, if you see anything else, I've got access to the stocks here. My master rarely comes home anymore anyway, so I mostly run the place. If you bring me more objects to research, I've no problem supplying you with things here and there. They won't be missed. I can make more before she comes home.
On one
you.
condition, good sir, that you keep us abreast of any information you find regarding these things we bring, especially these seeds that you have.
He nods. He's sure. I've plenty of reference text inside. I'm sure I'll find an answer for you, but fascinating. He holds it up to the light once again and kind of makes it shine a little bit.
I know it. Very well. Thank you very much. And I take the 4th healing potion.
And then with that, we're going to call it a day. You guys head towards the town gates, and with the afternoon closing in on your characters, the sun overhead, and Elani at your back, you start to walk northward towards the Croftwood for your first set of adventures inside its domain. I think it's going to be pretty cool. I think you guys are going to enjoy the next section. But that's where we're going to call it for the day. So
Let's be honest, how soon did you think we were going to make it into the Croftwood today?
I figured by the break you would more than likely
Yeah.
be inside the Croftwood. I figured by the break probably.
I honestly thought that we were going to be there as well. Like,
Yeah,
It just doesn't work that way.
I know. I gave you the benefit of the doubt. Like, I was like, 2 hours. There's no way they could piss off 2 hours. And sure enough, every time I say that, you're like, nah, let's make it 5. You know, it's just like, well,
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you guys are a talky group. You like to get into trouble and summon seagulls to shit on people while you command them to piss. I
He
mean,
was going to fight
come on
me,
now.
and I need
Nearly
to set an
started a
the whole
example.
fight.
scene in the bar. The whole scene in the bar. Drink the salt water. My God.
That had to happen though. As soon as Dax thought of that, Adavi was totally on board.
Yeah, like, I thought of it, but I wasn't going to say much, and Adavi went for it, and I was like, oh, man,
Fix the
Adavi is like my soulmate right here.
I was just about to dump the salt water on your head and everything.
All right. Well,
And now I vomited on the floor. Probably someone had to clean that up.
to be
Made it-
fair,
made
you
it-
threw that thing. You nailed him in the back of the
You
head
did.
with it. You almost got
Oh,
like
yeah.
maximum damage you can get for throwing something. It was just like, oh! It was a really good throw.
That was good. I felt better about that. So I didn't
didn't.
murder him. I just was like, yeah, that's a good enough hit. That takes it down from murder to just like occasional punch in the face.
Yeah. You caught him with a good one. 5 damage. I think he only has like 20 HP.
I
5
have-
damage is a pretty
Oh,
solid
that's
hit.
definitely
Yeah, 20
stacking it
HP.
up. Eventually, Moment's gonna break. He's gonna be that guy who just takes it. He just takes it and takes it and takes it. Everyone just picking on him, and then one day, like I said, he's gonna catch you, and he's just gonna stare you straight in the eyes, cold-blooded in the eyes, and let go. And it's
no. See, what happens is he's essentially the Incredible Dwarf Hulk, and
okay.
eventually he gets pissed off enough that just comes out, and his beard actually grows. Then you know he's pissed. Shit gets real when that beard grows.
It's like going
Realize
Super
That's the only
Saiyan for
thing that
dwarves.
happens when I transform. I just suddenly grow a really big beard.
Yeah, but
Yep.
it goes
It's
beyond
nothing else
everything.
changes.
You become super powerful, and you can deflect sword blows with your finger and everything. I'm glad Splat
Yes,
got that.
As soon as Dex like develops the gets the teleport spell, I'm gonna be throwing him off cliffs all the time.
And one day
All
you'll do
right.
it, and you'll have forgotten that he spent all his spell slots. And he's like, nah!
I mean, I could have Feather Fall right now, but that would actually be a good thing. I need to pick that up.
All right.
I like how you
all right.
burned a spell slot just to make a point today too. Like just to cast the comprehend languages. You're like, I want to be a part
didn't
of
know
this.
what anyone else was going to say, and I was like, well, I want to cast it now just in case anyone's going to say anything interesting that I want to know. We've been together a little while now as a group, but I still, just in case something interesting pops up.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
So I casted it as a prevention thing, because, other people will be like, oh, something important's happening. Now I will cast it, and I wouldn't understand what's going on. Like, I wouldn't cast it at that point, because, I still wouldn't know what's going on. So I decided, I'll cast it early. It's something Dax would do just to, be interesting. But I probably shouldn't have, maybe. But, why not? Fun.
No, it's going to be cool. That is going to be so cool.
Well, now that we're at the end of the show, Shen, where can we find you?
Hi, I'm Shen. I've been doing a lot of stuff on Twitch lately, and I haven't been uploading to YouTube because I'm a very bad YouTuber. But I do have some videos coming out very soon for how to get started with Transport Fever, because people have been asking some good questions about it.
I need to watch those.
And on Twitch... Sorry?
I need to watch those, because I want to get started with Transport Fever.
It's a fun game. And on Twitch, I've been playing XCOM 2 with the DLCs, because I haven't touched them since the DLCs came out. And it's actually a lot of fun. Holy crap, the DLCs make it
Shen's
different.
Last Gift or something, isn't it?
Shen's Last Gift and the, what is the other one called? Something Hunter?
Hunters, yeah. I haven't played with the Hunters one.
Yeah, I haven't played
it's
with the
crazy.
DLC properly yet. Like, I touched it briefly, but never really finished a full campaign. So at some point
I like
soon,
it.
I am
Shen's
planning
Last
on going
Gift,
back.
though. Oh my god, that mission, so hard.
Yep.
Oh.
Yep, my YouTube is youtube.com/Shenner2, and my Twitch is twitch.tv/Shenner. I'm there every day from 9 a.m. Pacific to 5 p.m. Pacific. I'll see you there. What about Mr. Bent Ham? What are you up to?
I am playing lots of Factorio as usual, and also occasionally Rodina, and fairly frequently Astroneer on the YouTube channel Mangleport Gaming. Multiple Factorio series going on, such as Rail World and Towns, where basically they're both about building massive rail networks, because they're always fun. And then in Towns, I'm doing this weird thing where every different item has to be produced in a different location, and that's cool, and there's loads of bite. But that's pretty much it, and on Twitter I'm at Bentham Plays. Who's next? I don't know. I don't
just
have the thing
wondering,
up, so I don't know what the square is.
Bentham, did you know that Rimworld has a mod which adds conveyor belts?
That could be interesting.
I'm just saying, that seems like it might be down your street.
I can try that.
Conveyor belts, you say?
Are there like inserters and stuff though? Can you like move things through? Can you do stuff with the things, or does it do it? Do you just send them in a circle?
It sort of takes stuff from one stockpile to another, and it can sort them, I think, logically. Like, you can split different things based on something. I haven't played around with it personally. I was looking at the mod today, though.
That was genuinely as vague as that moment in Hackers. Yeah, I put the thing in that place where I put that thing that one time.
I mean, it can logically determine different items and split them down different paths, is all I know it can do beyond the basics, so I haven't played with it personally.
Okay.
That takes us to Avic. Where can we find you?
You can find me on youtube.com/Avac or twitch.tv/Avac. On Twitter, I am at Avac_, where there are dozens of fair pics, and there's loads of pics that I need to upload from New Year's as well that I still haven't done. Yeah, and at the moment, I'm just easing back into YouTube again because I was moving over Christmas, then I was away for New Year's, so there's a lot of just chaos with my upload schedule. At the moment, I am uploading Stardew Valley, I'm uploading Niche. I'm coming to the end of my first taste on that, but there's a reasonable amount of interest, and it may actually make its way into a full-on series. I'm also playing Civilization and currently looking to start a RimWorld Alpha 16 playthrough. It'll be modded again, just like my Alpha 15. I was tempted to go vanilla with that one, but the thing is that it's starting to get to the point now for me, in the same way that I approach Minecraft, I don't ever play vanilla Minecraft because mods add so much to the experience. And there are definitely some that are way OP, and there's probably one that I'm going to take out because of that from my Alpha 15 playthrough, because it trivialized certain things. But no, I've found a good collection of mods that change the game in certain ways, but I feel change it for the better, definitely.
I mean, I've been playing Alpha 16. I've been slowly adding extra tweak mods as I go on. I find that I'm collecting a little bit of like, I need these tweak mods. Oh, I need that. That fixes this. This fixes this.
Yeah, there's little things. There's the quality of life mods, which are just the like the allowed tool, defensive positions. Those are pretty good.
I must admit, I was stalking your mods that you downloaded on Steam earlier because I was looking through all the Rim mods. It's like Avok has got this. Ooh, which ones does Avok like?
Oh yeah, but there are some really good like ones that add new functionality, like hospitality or expanded prosthetics and organ engineering. They are just massive fun for the game. I really, really enjoy it. How about you, E?
Well, on my YouTube channel currently, I'm pretty much solely or sort of playing Hearts of Iron as Australia trying to defend the Soviet Union against the Germans. That, in the next dozen episodes, which I've just like bulk recorded, is going to get super micro-y. Like, we are so close to failing. And getting completely decimated by the Germans that I am literally microing like the very max out I can get out of the game. It's pretty crazy.
Just a heads up, if anyone is ever playing Hearts of Iron 4 and they go socialist, you're like, yay, we're gonna do the communist thing. You're going to be defending Moscow because the AI has no idea how to do it. You're going to be defending Moscow.
Yeah, and trying to do that as Australia with their manpower is insane. Like, I was literally like, I can't do this! Like, Moscow's defended, Stalingrad's defended, the rest of Russia is retreating. I'm like, I need more troops. I'm also playing RimWorld Alpha 16. I've got a good way in the series so far, and I've just bulk recorded a load more. And I'm starting to do my first mass migration of people, like man-canning like, supplies and stuff, and trying to do that. And adding a few tweak mods on. I'm kind of getting to that stage where I'm pretty reasonably secure. Not massively so, but Randy doesn't seem to give me a hard time at the moment, so I'm going to see if I can add a few more things on, and we're actually starting our mass migration across the planet to eventually make our way to the starship. In addition, at some point, I'll be adding the remains of Planet Coaster and the other game I was playing, that I forget the name, City Skylines, and maybe one or two more games. In fact, I was looking at Niche earlier today. I actually emailed them. I didn't know you played Avok.
Yeah.
What's it like?
Yeah,
Good?
it's really, really fun. I really enjoy the game. It's something that I'm interested in anyway, just from the kind of interest that I have in a life and an AI in general. But yeah, I actually really enjoy it. It doesn't focus so heavily on the simulation of the science that it stops being a game. They've got a really good balance, in my opinion, between making it a game which is inherently fun to play and it has a gamey-like interface, strategy turns, managing things, but also a bit of the science as well, so that you're managing the genetics that are being passed down through the generations of your tribe. Yeah, I really, really like it. I really enjoy it. It's a fantastic game, and it's just added a massive new set of genetic traits that can be passed on because they've added all of the aquatic traits.
Yeah, I was waiting for that new patch. I was hopefully going to cover it. Yeah. But yeah, Splat. What about you?
I'm at youtube.com/SplatterCatGaming, Twitch TV/SplatterCatGaming. At the moment, I'm playing a little bit of Keeper RL. I got inspired by Avok. I'm also playing a little bit of Deathwing, finishing that off every here and there. I'm still playing as a Mariner. Probably going to start up a Long Dark series pretty soon. Probably going to start up a Caves of Cud series real soon. I don't know.
Oh, glorious. Caves of Cud, so good.
Yeah, I've gotten really, really tired of like trying to chase trends on YouTube. I've decided for the next couple months, I'm just going to do whatever I want. And people can like, deal. I'm like, yep, we're playing roguelikes for the next month. Have fun with that.
January is a really good month to do that.
Yeah.
You know, not bringing the business into too much, but ad revenue just goes down the toilet in January anyway. And it goes down the toilet for everyone for pretty good reasons, because like the advertisers blow their budget on the December and November kind of ramp up. And then they're like, no one's buying anything in January because everyone's poor.
Yeah.
So let's not bother.
Q3 is where they blow their budget. Q4 is just where they're like, oh, nothing left. Let's just wait until Q1 again.
Yeah.
But Splat,
Yeah.
on Deathwing, have you unlocked the Mace of Corswain yet?
Yeah, I started with it, but it bugs out, so I stopped using it.
Oh, no, maybe that's the wrong one then. There's another mace you unlock later on, which is like a thunder hammer and a mace.
Oh, I didn't do that one.
Okay, that's like the last one you unlock. It's insanely powerful. Like, imagine a thunder hammer, but like times 3 damage.
Yeah, I've been avoiding anything that has the mace, because what happens is if you pause the game while you're equipped with a mace and you come back, it'll give you a flamer instead for some reason.
Oh,
And so the mace will
weird.
disappear and you'll have a flamer in your hand. And it's just like, well, heresy is afoot. So I just stopped using anything with the mace.
Okay. Maybe it's the other mace, like the mace of the Thunderhammer rather than the mace in the left hand. Is that the one you're talking about? The right or
Yeah.
left hand mace?
Well, I think it was on the right-hand side when I was
Okay, that's
wielding
the
it. Either way,
proper
I'm
one.
terrified of the maces now because weird stuff always happens whenever I use a mace.
Have you unlocked the final sight, like the librarian trait?
Couldn't figure out what the shit it does. It
It's
doesn't
a
tell
damage
you what it
buff for your
does.
entire. Yeah, no, it's insane, but it does a damage buff for your entire team. I figured out because if you've got the right-handed mace, it turns red, and it does so much
Oh.
damage. Like you can kill like the strongest enemy, like broodlords and stuff, with like 2 or 3 hits.
Yeah, I just use warp rifts for that. I see a broodlord coming, I'm like, oh, I suck you into the
Yeah, but
warp.
what happens when they
They're
summon
like,
like 3 of them in the
"No."
same room?
What?
You haven't got to the stage where they summon like 3 broodlords in the same room.
Oh, no, I beat it. I'm done with it. I'm just
Okay.
uploading backlog right now.
Ah, see, I was just like, and I beat them down.
Yeah, I use that vengeance cannon on them, just like...
It is pretty good.
It's pretty satisfying. It's my favorite gun in the whole game.
How are you
Just that
finding
for shotgun.
How are you finding Keeper of Roguelike at the moment, Spy?
It's cool. I thought it would have a little bit more content at this point. Like, I beat it really, really quickly, like faster than I expected to. But at the same time, it was fun. I mean, I enjoy what it is and what it's trying to be, and I hope they continue to expand it. I mean, that's pretty much like, I just want more. More. Also, I'd like more control over how you evolve your creatures. I don't like it how you, like, get a cage, and then you just, like, randomly get stuff, and you have no say over what you get. Like,
They're
sometimes
frustrating,
it, like,
that.
yeah, at max level, you get wolves, and you're like, well, wolves are utterly useless against anything but the weakest enemies in the game, so I guess I'll just keep banishing you until I get something awesome like a harpy that I can give an elvish longbow to. And so, like, I'm hoping at some point they allow you to choose what comes into your base.
It was so
with
ridiculous.
enemies.
The moment I got a harpy, leveled it up a little bit in the training ground and gave her a bow, it was like, I fear no raid at this point. I don't even want them to go through my traps because my traps cost me wood to rebuild, whereas my harpy can just literally mow everything down if she stood at the end of a corridor. It was ridiculous.
Mine was vampires with elvish weapons. Vampires at like level 18 with an elvish weapon, it's just like you hold the spacebar down and let the game go, and he just kills everything. He's just like, and there's just a pile of bodies all around him. He's like,
So-
go back to bed.
Later on in D&D, we're going to have to fight a vampire with an elvish weapon and a harpy with an elvish longsword. Cool.
Wow, an elvish bow. Harpy with an elvish longsword wouldn't be too much of a problem.
Yeah, okay. Harpy with an elvish bow.
All right, well,
true.
that's it for us. If you didn't have the chance today, check out the Patreon. There's tons of cool ways to support the show and make sure we don't go under, because under is a terrifying place and we don't want to go there.
It's full
We
of
don't want
squishy
to go
tentacles.
under there. Anybody gonna say it?
Under
Damn.
the sea, under the sea. Where it
No,
is
I go-
wetter, where it is better, under the sea.
I say I don't want to go under there, and then somebody's like, underwear, and then we're like, because we talked about undergarments. No,
My
All right.
brain didn't go that far.
We had an entire conversation about gripping spears and passing spears between people, and I spent the entire, like, half hour just trying not to snigger.
Yeah. All right. Well, we will see you all on Sunday at 12 o'clock for some Dark Heresy where interesting things are afoot. I can't spoiler. If you haven't watched the VOD, you should probably do that because important things happen.
You need to watch the VOD before you show up on Sunday.
Yeah, if you show up
Sunday
the next
is gonna
session, you're like, what is major event? What's happening? Why has major event happened? Then that's your fault.
Don't do it. Like, you're going to come back and you're just going to get blindsided. You're
Also,
just gonna
don't
be like,
read
"What
any
has happened?"
comments and don't read anything on the Reddit that has spoiler in the name.
The Reddit's
Just
been
go
really
on.
good, actually. The Reddit's been really good at putting the spoilers in the name. I really appreciate that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Except the guy
Oh,
who did
yeah,
it so that it showed the spoiler until you moused over it and then it said spoiler.
Yeah.
Backwards.
That was
All
good.
right. But if you haven't seen it, we do have a subreddit. We talk about stuff. We all post there. You should definitely check that out. /r Roll4It, just like the show is spelled. But aside from that,
At Twitter,
we will see you all, and Twitter, and Twiter. We are on the Twiter.
we've passed 1,000 followers over Christmas on Twitter.
Nice. Very, very nice.
We do the Twitter tweets.
Yep.
And occasionally you get tweeted at
We'll see
by
you all.
bots telling us that we're really hot and that they want lots of sex with random characters.
And now that you know that we have a Twitter, we're abandoning you. Goodbye.
Backward!
Right.
Happy New
I
Year.
didn't crash today.
Oh, Oh, weird.